everyone's having a good day. Welcome on in. Right, let me just quickly move a couple things around because I've been doing some work off stream so I can show you it. 2 seconds. We are here. Hi, I hope everyone's having a good day. As you can see, we have a lot of armor pinned to the mannequin right now. We've been making some progress this week. I actually think I'm not going to do too much embroidery stuff today on the machine just because I need to fit the ironing board in, which means kind of needs to be a bit further out of frame. But I think the next time we do the armor printing, we'll print the last pieces because I think there's only a little bit left to do. Thank you for the horn. Hi Zay, how goes it? And hi High Score Run and Larp, welcome on in. I hope you're both having a good day. Yeah, outside of stream, somebody redeemed a horn while I had not gone live yet, and I was enjoying my morning, watching some horror videos, you know, as you do first thing in the morning, and I literally jumped out of my skin. I was watching a review of like one of the worst Silent Hill films, and they were like going, not films, one of the worst Silent Hill games, and they were going through it and stuff like that, and I was like, oh, really invested. And then suddenly, horn, and bear in mind, when I'm like streaming live, I reduced the volume overall. I go down to 25%. I was on 75%. The horn was so loud. Oh, so lady, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Good day. I'm trying to decide if I'm brave enough to go to the con tomorrow. I hope you manage to. It's always a bit of a toss-up at the moment because of, you know, safety and stuff like that, so I totally get it. But if you do go, I hope you have a good time. Someone did? How dare they? I know, right? How dare they? Enjoying my morning cuppa, watching my horror stuff. Oh my god, I literally like, luckily I didn't scream, but I did squeak, and Shiny popped in and was like, you right? What's going on here? What's going on here? Why are you squeaking? It's because I'm jumping. It's because the horn's very loud when I'm not live. Oh dear. Right, today we're going to be making lots and lots of bias tape and probably actually using the bias tape quite a bit. So I will very briefly try to explain why we need so much, because there is something missing on the dress that needs to be added. Let me see if I can, wait, not that, definitely not that. Well, now I've moved my camera. Excuse me if I've just wiggled around. You'll find out in a minute. Okay, this is what we want to look at. So, you see on the dress how between the scales, not on the tail, thankfully the tail is a bit separate, but on the dress there's these teeny little like lines between the scales which almost look like that's what's linking them together. We need to make those. We need to make all of these little lines. So I've done some calculations in my head, and there are 60 scales, which would normally mean we'd need one less for all of these. So we would need 46 little lines to get all of these together. But then also, it's not that easy because there are more up here on these ones, and it's weird because they kind of go around the edge of them. So we would also need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 per side. So it's another 16 on top of the 46, which comes to 16 on top of 46. So that would be 72, right? I think we need 72. I think we need 72 really small bits of bias tape. Lagging behind due to being so remote, so still going to the peak. Numbers are higher than I like, but still, it's the first con in a big city for years. That's kind of how I felt going to MCM. Like, I only went to MCM, I spent more time in A&E than I did in MCM, to be honest. But I only went there for a couple of hours. But I went on the Saturday, and it was heavingly busy. Now, I wore a mask the whole time I was there, and people can't get too close to me because of my costume anyway. So it wasn't too bad, and both me and Shiny left, and I was obviously sick anyway, but we didn't get a sickness from the con. I think it's one of the first times actually I haven't got a sickness from going to that convention. Because normally you leave with a cold, worst case scenario, it used to be flu, whereas now of course there's cold, flu, and corona. So it's like, it's an extra one. But like, take precautions, bring your own hand sanitizer, things like that, if you're going and you are concerned about that sort of thing. I mean, you can't prevent it if someone coughs into your mask, like what's she gonna do? But most people are alright. Ah dear. If the tape is so biased, why not use duck? Absolutely not. Oh, also, I'm gonna start coughing now, but that's okay. Remember we were making these last time? So I finished sequining around both of them, and I attached these to each other. So if I show you the back, I used a ladder stitch. Do you see it? I'm like trying to check. I think you can see it. So there's like a ladder stitch up the back of the sequins. I think it looks really neat because there was I had to attach them one way or another, and using the sequins was the best bet because it you know, looks nice and neat from the back as well as the front. So like when you look at the back, they're laddered together. When you look at the front, they're nice and separate, which is what I wanted. I wanted like a slightly thicker strip of sequins down the side, which I think looks really good. I'm really pleased with it. I've just started beading them. Just started because they need to be double-sided beaded. It takes a little bit longer, but I'm really happy with them. They took a really long time to sequin, honestly. I still need to sequin all the smaller ones, but we're gonna hold off on that today because today is a bias day. Today is a day for making tons and tons and tons of bias tape. Ah, dear. Gev, craft day! Hi, Gev. How goes it? I hope we're having a good day. Welcome on in. Regular conlurgy is very real, and it's winter here, so it's flu season. Yeah, I mean, personally, I always get the flu jab, but then I was always offered the flu jab because I'm one of those people who I didn't get flu jab 1 year because I was like, I don't need it. I'm young. I'll be fine. And I got flu, and my God, I was so ill. That's ended up what triggered. I don't want to go too much into it, but it triggered another thing in me that I then had to get diagnosed. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just regular flu sucks. Not worth it. Absolutely not. And now everyone in this household gets the flu jab every year. Because that 1 year was enough to be like, okay. Okay. Never again. Sequins, decorative washes. Heck yeah. Very nice. I see a jelly. Robert, oh no. How did you get in here again? Listen, we'll give you a chance to escape later. I hope you're having a good day though. Welcome in. Looks good, thank you. I'm really pleased with it. It's been a really nice kind of like evening job, just getting those done. But today is bias day. Bias day I have been putting off because, how many did I say I needed? 70 like pieces of bias that are about that long. So of course I'll make it in really big spool, like long lines, and then cut them down. And then we'll have to sew them all onto the dress. They will all require hand stitching. I will do that probably at the same time that I repair the dress. So there's actually at the back, one of the zips has slightly come out of the, it's the only repair I need to do actually, but one of the zips has slightly come out of the stitching. So it's basically torn at the bottom. The zip is always going to be a pressure point on an outfit like this, especially with being so heavy. So I don't mind too much that that's the one damage that happened. In fact, if anything, that kind of clears my mind a little bit of being worried that other things are going to get damaged more easily. So we're going to have to fix that back in. It is the only damage that the costume has taken. There are some areas I'm going to clean, obviously, because I wore it. But I think that's the only actual damage on the entire costume as far. Oh no, that's not true. There's two pieces. One of the fishing wires broke inside of the tail, so I'll just have to rethread that back in there quickly with a new line. I might add a couple extra for stability. It's not necessary, but I might do it just because one of them broke the first time. I think it broke when I fell down, to be honest. What you gonna do? So those are the two areas that broke on the dress, and they're both very manageable. Yes. Ah, dear, you ban yourself. I know I just got it. Fine, you're fine, Gev. Have a nice lurk. I hope it goes well. If I don't see you again, have a good weekend. Unfortunately, even getting the flu, Dad doesn't 100% protect because it's a strain they think is dominant. So, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But I think if you have it as something open to you, it's much better than getting flu. I mean, I've been very lucky every year that I've had the flu jab, I've not got flu. I think there's several strains in it normally. So yeah, like you said, they pick all the predominant strains and they put it into one jab, and then you are protected from those. If anything changes, you can sometimes they'll bring out another flu jab, but it depends. Most of the time it's just the one a year. I agree, get it when it's offered, exactly. And in the UK, a lot of workplaces will actually offer you a free flu jab. So even if you don't get it medically, you could probably get it with your work. Because funnily enough, most employers don't want you to get flu because then you're off for at least 2 weeks. So like, I know a few, actually I remember 1 year I had like 3 people offer me their flu jab because I was like, I get as many free flu jabs as I want. And I was like, it's fine because I already get it. But I had a few people offer it me. They were like, I've got a spare one floating around and you're always sick. It's like, thanks. But yeah, nah, it's a really useful one to get. And I always get mine. It's, I think, right at the beginning of jab season over here. So I get mine in like September or August. I think I got it in August this year, actually, like late August, which is quite early. But it means that I'm well protected if I go to any conventions in October, because that used to be the conventions I'd always go to. It would all be in October, because the flu jab takes a couple weeks to actually protect you. Like, it doesn't protect you. Like, you don't get the jab and the next day you're protected. It takes a few weeks to, like, kick in. So getting it that early was always really good for me. I'd say if you're going to a convention and you can get a flu jab, getting it at least like a month before the convention sets you up well. Although for me, I just get it offered early, so I'm a good. This year I didn't get. I did get offered, but it was later, so we just took an earlier one. But I wasn't going to any convention anyway. That's just what I just stuck with, like, what do you call it? That's what I do. So that's what I did. Chad, welcome. Oh, Chad, sorry. Chad, I'm so sorry. Let me just butcher your name first thing in the morning. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the DJ. Ah, dear, right. Sorry, we're taking it really relaxed again today. One day I'll pick up and I'll act like, you know, I want to get this costume finished. But I have been doing a lot of, like, research work. So I've been deciding how I want to end up making the top of the... actually, do I have it nearby? I'm sure I, like, shoved it somewhere. Is this it? Difficult to tell, honestly. Oh, it's a lot of damage. Where is this it? Yeah, let me get you in top down so you can see this as well. I've been making some pattern ideas for the top of the trident. So this is a bit small, I think, but it's good because it fits in an A2 sheet. So I'm a bit torn because I think I would like it bigger than this, just for, like, this is how big it is comparatively to my face, which is not. It just, when I show you the picture, you'll probably see that it just doesn't feel like quite big enough because it's meant to be like that. So it's a lot bigger than a head. The perspective definitely plays a role in it, but, like, it is meant to be quite a large one. So I'm wondering if I need to go to A2 rather than A3. I'm not sure. So I'm using A3 at the moment, but I might scale this up to A2. I've been looking at ways where I can actually, so go back to top down so you can see it again. Ways where I can actually get this in a way that I like. And I have a couple of options, but I think the option I'm going to go to is a bit unusual. And there's reasons for that. One of them is the effect that it's going to give, which I think will look really nice. My plan is to model it out of, like, draw it on a base, the outside, but then model it in clay as a flat. So, like, just the top bit. Oh, Scott, thank you for the eggs. Very kind of you. Welcome on in. So, like, we'll get, like, a big board and model this. That way, I've done clay modeling in the past quite a bit. It's something that I'm reasonably confident in, but also gives me a lot of... Clay is great because you can add and take away, basically. So I don't have to worry too much about wasting materials. And so... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Well, hi, Doodle. How goes it? Welcome on in. Oh, dear. Welcome. Jesus Christ. Doodle, I just started. How goes it? How was your stream? Also, I should say, if you need to go get any snacks or anything, anyone who doesn't know, Doodle is a musician. Assuming you're a little tired. I'll do it. Oh, yep, there we go. No Wixon. I don't know if I can welcome in this many people. Also, Salty, welcome on in. And Jammin, thank you so much for the follow, both of you. Welcome. How was your stream? What did you get up to? I'm assuming it was a music-y day. Also, Deluxe. George! Hi, George! Might also be forbidden to offer. It says people might feel required to... Oh, God. Oh, no. Also, Phoenix, welcome in. Jammin. Dog, welcome. And hi, Salty. DDR Keto, welcome on in. Grand Go, big raid, very big raid. And Schmore, and Lanky, and Eddie, and Shaggy. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Arden, Shaggy, and Goat, and Dog. Thank you so much for the follows. I hope you're all having a good day. Hi, everyone. If we've not met before, my name is Jelly, and I do costumes. I make cosplay. Specifically, we're trying to enter TwitchCon Amsterdam's cosplay contest. We don't know whether or not we got in just yet. We'd be entering a really, really big sewing build. I will just pop the thingy in the chat. Hi, Jelly. It's been a mome. How are you doing? Congratulations on all the hard work you've been doing outside of stream. I obviously follow you on Twitter, and oh my god, it sounds like you've been really, really busy. And Bo, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Right, if you're curious in the cosplay, that's the cosplay. We also have a pretty big thread. Oh, Kiko. Sorry, Kiko, my bad. Thank you. If you want to see the work we've done so far, I can open up the Twitter thread. Basically, we're actually pretty close to the end of this costume. We're just talking about some ideas on how we're going to make the spear and stuff like that. If you've not met Jelly before, I apologize in advance. Thanks. We're very sweet beans, I swear. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Wait a minute. How long have you been pronouncing it Kiko? Kiko. Oh dear. So yeah, we do cosplay. We like cosplay. We're trying to make an absolutely bloody massive costume right now, but we're nearly finished it. We're working on the wings right now, and that's the last sewn element. We've nearly printed out all of the armor. You can see a lot of it hanging on my mannequin. And then we're going to be moving on to making a spear, which, from the sound of it, I think might go quite easy. Also, Bo! Thank you so much for gifting to Doodle. That's very heckin' kind of you. I mod for an awesome Brit. He's in the West Midlands. Heck yeah, I live in Wales, but I am from England. British things. Heck yeah. Oh god, did you see my keyboard? Oh, so, guys, why didn't you warn me before I put it on stream? Nobody look. And Nurse, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. How was stream? Heck yeah, it was wonderful. I'm glad. Yeah, again, if you haven't checked out McDude before, they do wonderful streams. They play basically every instrument you could imagine. They play everything. They're a very, very talented musician. They actually do a lot of remixes of pop culture, movie, video game, anime songs as well. So if you are in this channel anyway because you like cosplay stuff, you'll probably like the stuff they do over there. You pronounce it right. Oh, they do? Heck yeah. Oh yeah, that's for every time 69 appears in this chat, which you wouldn't think would appear that often in a sewing stream. But there we are. Nice. Spear, yay prop, that's my jam. None of this soft kit. You mean you don't like squishy? You don't like the squishy? Why not? So we're making all of our armor with embroidery pieces. It's a very unconventional way of making armor. The way that you do it is you kind of set up like 3D printing, but for sewing. Send it to an embroidery machine, which we've got over here. It embroiders it up, and then we go in and we sew them together. There's glue in them as well, so they will actually end up quite stiff, and then we beat them all, so they end up like nice and textured and 3D. And we have done that with nearly 200 embroidery pieces so far. This has been a mammoth project, but it's been really fun. We started it back in August. It's been good. Show the Keeb. Listen, if I show the Keeb, you can't report it to Twitch. It's a secret from Twitch. Secret. But no one's allowed to know because it might be against TOS. They're just eating jelly. Also, heck, Grand Goat, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. All right, Jesus, you just popped in. Oh, thank you so much. It's very sweet. Also, Wusika, thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind. Your doodle noodles, Rambo, welcome on in. There's no butt quote. We've never talked about butt on this channel, George. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you jellyfish or a whale? Wow, what are you trying to say, huh? What are you trying to say, huh? These emotes. Thank you. Keyboard, what keyboard exactly? I saw it and I thought it was a myth. It is a myth. Keyboard. Yeah, it's a something. Also, thank you so much for joining. We're about to do a lot of ironing. I don't know how you guys feel about ironing. Ironing's my favorite cosplay skill. You get your iron out and you flatten everything. We're making a lot of bias tape. So we've made all of our own bias tape for this costume. It's just so that it matches it perfectly. We have a little device that folds over fabric like this, and this then becomes bias tape. So it was originally like this big, and then you run it through the device and it becomes like this. And it's really useful for edging things. For us, we're using it as actual decorative details. We'll be cutting it up and using it as little bits between the scales. It's really, really handy stuff. Being able to make it yourself is like such a nice thing to do, because buying it, you never get the right color. You get these little metal things, pop it next to your iron, thread the fabric through, and you got bias tape for days, and it's a lot cheaper. A lot cheaper. Ah, dear. Also, McDoodle, if you need to get snacks, please get snacks. As much as we like having you here, I don't want you to be starving after your stream. Especially since playing an instrument for that long is kind of tiring. Oh, dear. That's Bob and Noodles. What it do? Nothing much. I'm sorry. It doesn't sound very good in my British accent, any of that. I like it, but it doesn't. Whenever I say it, it sounds like trash. Oh, right. I've actually already ready cut lots of bits for this. So we're gonna like just be grabbing them out of the desk from where I've cut them out. I do have to leave my iron heat up a bit. Ah, dear, snacks. Yeah, snacks, very heckin' important. Noodles, very heckin' important. After stream, the first thing I always do is eat. I continue watching the stream we wade into, of course, but I also have to eat every single time. Even if I've eaten during stream, I have to eat. Right, so let's get that threaded through. The reason you cut it in a diagonal is to help it thread through initially. That way, yeah, pokes out the other end. Again, just let my iron heat up a little bit. Sometimes my device has good days, and then sometimes it needs a little bit of extra assistance. So we'll see what kind of day it's having today. Shmood, feel that. Also, I'm more sleepy than anything. I guess because of the time that you stream. I always imagine like, oh, it must be during the day for Doodle. It's never during the day, right? My body ain't built for degenning like I used to. No, I feel like I've gone the opposite. I used to have a really good sleep schedule, and then I started making this costume, and now it's like 3 in the morning, and I'm like sequining still. And I don't know how that's been happening, but it's been happening nearly every day. My sleep schedule has got actively worse, but I've been enjoying it. I like it a lot, and so you don't notice, and then the time flies by. Won't eat noodles too much. You had it yesterday? Oh heck yeah! I had noodles yesterday, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before. It really feels like I'm con crunching, but I swear that I'm not. I've just been eating soft food a lot. DJ! My sleep schedule is terrible. George, I think you have like one of the best examples of a crazy sleep schedule. You have a sleep schedule like somebody who shifts between day and night shifts. It's very impressive. I don't know how you manage it. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm sorry, I'm just here like hydrating anyway. We have digestive biscuit tea. So it tastes like you've dunked a digestive in your tea, like a chocolate digestive. So chocolate digestives are like a British biscuit, and they're pretty well known for dunking in tea, and it just tastes like I've dunked a chocolate digestive in my tea, and it's fantastic. Like end of the week kind of drink, it's lovely. Although I've been drinking it basically every day since I got the tea bags for it. Also, you see, you like that? Heck yeah. Ironing. I do find it very satisfying. I'm like joking around, but actually I do like this. This is my jam. Having something go through and be perfectly flat. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh dear, but yeah, if you were to buy this bias tape, it probably cost you about £3 for the same length. And I'm trying to keep this costume very, very cheap, so, you know, making it yourself keeps the price down. Also, one of these doohickeys is not that expensive. They cost a few quid. To save you hundreds, heck yeah, every time. Oh, so nice and flat. Make sure it's not flipping around, because otherwise it does feed through flipped around, and that's kind of a pain, to be honest. The heck yeah. It's so nice, and it smells good. Oh dear, oh no, yeah, George. But you're near the end of your 7-day week, right? Nearly? That's my schedule, day and night, oof, yeah. I've known people who have had to do those kind of schedules, and it seems like a very difficult situation. Also, I see you trying to do the flips on me. Don't you dare. No flips. I think it might have flipped a little bit there. I feel a disturbance in the bias tape, but that's okay. As long as it looked good on the top, it doesn't really matter. Since the top is the only piece you'll ever see. we're going to be cutting this into really small pieces because we're using it as decoration. Let me just quickly show you. I showed everyone else earlier. You guys should probably see too. This is the costume. Hi. This is very specifically what we are doing. See those tiny little purple lines between the scales? So the whole dress is finished except for these tiny little purple lines. These teeny tiny purple lines going all the way around here. So we need to make all of these teeny tiny purple lines. And it's not on the tail, thankfully. It's only on the skirt and on the wings. So we do need to make some extra ones for like up here. Again, just teeny tiny purple lines going between the scales. We actually have finished the outline of the scales now, thankfully. I did them last night is when I finished them. And they look heckin' cute. They've got like nice gold shine on them. We've used a lot of sequins on this costume. We're actually, as far as sequins and beading goes, I think we calculated this the other day. It's nearly 140,000, which sounds like a ridiculous number until you realize that you've spent a whole year on this costume. Of course, there's like over 100,000 beads and sequins on it. But yeah, we're at about 140,000 sequins and beads. Most of those are beads. I think only about 12,000 of those are sequins. Oh no, that's not true actually, because I've got through 2 extra pots. 15,000 of those are sequins, and the rest of them are beads. So it is a lot more beads than sequins. But yeah. About 140,000 beads and sequins so far. I think it's 138,000. Oh no, but then if I've added something, then it'd be 141,000. So yeah, we've gone over. I keep forgetting that I've been using sequin pots I was never going to use. Just found out I got tomorrow off, so it's an extra great night. Heck yeah, very nice. I even got out of work 2 hours early. You did? Oh, George, I'm glad. Yeah, you've ended it. Good. That sounded really hard. Teeny tiny purple lines, 4th time repeating it so far. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, it's not going to be the last time you hear it today either. When I start cutting them up, expect to hear teeny tiny purple lines. Oh yeah. So I just put it to one side, and then come back to it later. I've got quite a few to do. That's my sequin reel that I'm never going to know exactly how many sequins are in this costume because I've been peeling them off other things, if that makes sense. So like when I buy them, I know how much I've got, of course, because I've bought them. So it'll say like pack of 1,500, pack of 6,000, stuff like that. Right, there's Velcro in there. I'm going to have to take that out, but there's also a lot of pieces that I've already cut in here. I think that's about it. But yeah, I've also been then peeling them off reels. So like, I'm saying 141,000, but that is probably less than we've actually used. Probably less. It's been a rough few weeks. It really sounded like it, George. I'm really glad you finished that run. Like, when you don't have very much downtime when you're doing that many days in a row. So yeah, no, I'm glad it's over. I hope you don't have to do that again anytime soon. I feel it, yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure. I think last week was rough. This week's been okay, actually. I've been eating, and I went out the house yesterday. For the first time in a long time, I left the house for anything that wasn't work. We went and we had like a little dinner. It was nice. I was gonna take myself out for coffee, but then we've decided to go out for dinner instead, and it was really nice. We haven't been able to do that for a while. I wasn't able to eat very much, unfortunately, but what I did eat was delicious. I had Korean fried chicken, and I had sashimi, like just raw fish. I basically got myself a couple of sides because I didn't think I'd eat that much, and you know what? I was right. But what I had, oh, so good, so good. And it's been a while since I've had anything a bit more spicy as well, so that was nice. I like a little bit of spicy food. Oh, there we go. Korean fried chicken, yes! It's like, until last year, I'd never had it, but I'd heard about it a lot. And so everyone would be telling me, like, if you ever get the chance to try Korean fried chicken, like, give it a go. And I was like, it can't be that much different to fried chicken I've had before. Like, it is just a fried chicken, right? Like, it can't be that good. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. And, like, they do so much with it. You can have it in so many different ways. Oh my god. It's so good. I would recommend to anyone. You know what? I was a non-believer for a while, but I am now a believer. It's so good. There we go. Nice and flat. Oh, and then on the other side you can see it's all been folded in. Heck yeah. I might have to singe these, but I'll do those one by one. I don't want to singe them all at once. Oh dear. So this is the last thing before the cosplay is finished. No, the last thing will be the trident. I need to finish the wings, and that's the last sewn part of this cosplay. It also has like all the remaining armor and stuff like that on it, because the trident's a completely separate thing. The only other thing that I'm very up in the air about making is the cape. I've been talking about it all week because I just don't know if I want to make the cape. In the design, they had this big flowy like wave sort of design as a cape, but it's white on the inside and it drags behind her. So for anyone who's not been to a convention before in a costume, if you wear anything that drags on the floor, it will get stepped on. Not on purpose, but it will get stepped on. Now, in a costume like this, where I'm already not the most stable because it is going to be a larger than life build, it's quite risky to have something drag along the floor, because when somebody steps on it, inevitably, they might pull me over with it. So it is a bit of a risk. We've been talking about clipping it up like a wedding dress, so having it so that it can be clipped up but still look okay. The other downside is that it's white, so anything white on a convention floor will be brown in seconds. Like, you do not drag white things on a convention floor unless you know 100% you can wash it, because it will get dirty really, really quickly. It's just how it is. And the fact that it's white, that it'll drag along the floor, that it could be potentially dangerous, I'm very up in the air about making the cape, but I'll definitely make the trident. And we were going to talk about how we're planning to do that, actually. So I've been thinking a lot. Better film next week? Heck yeah, a believer. Absolutely. So good. It's so good. Oh my god, now I'm thinking about chicken again. I can't be doing this. I can't. It's morning. Like 9:30 in the morning. I can't be thinking about chicken. But oh yeah, we were talking about how to do the trident. So I've been making some basic patterns for seeing what I like. I think the one I've got at the moment is too small. I think we're gonna have to go up to around A2 size to match the costume. I think what I'm going to do is use a flat board, so like a cork board or something like that, and model one side of the trident in clay. So in like an air dry clay, because I don't have a kiln or anything like that. So air dry clay and model it in that. Once it's dried, I might make a flat cast of it in, well, I think what's it called? It's like Wobbler, but not Wobbler. It's called, I put it to one side so I can remember. PETG plastic. So the thing about PETG plastic is you can use it to vacuum seal things. So it's good at getting into the crevices, and it's see-through, very see-through. So clear PETG plastic, I'll heat gun it into my clay so that it picks up all of the details of any of the designs we do in it. And then I'm going to paint resin onto the inside of the PETG. The reason I'm doing it like this is because it will be so much more lightweight than if I just made a resin cast and cast the whole thing in resin. That would be fine if it was probably about this big, but since it's going to be like this big, I think if I had the whole thing in resin, it would be enormously heavy enough that it might not even be allowed into the convention, because it could be used as like a blunt force object. And I don't want to get taken out of any conventions because I've accidentally made like a club. So I think that's how I'm going to do it. The other nice thing about making it with PETG, it'll have a very, very clear, transparent looking outside, which I'm hoping makes the weapon look wet. I can always varnish it again if I need it to look shinier, but I think that thin layer around the outside will make it look damp. And since the character is based on a mermaid style design, I think it would fit really well if it looked wet. So that's the plan right now. The plan is to make a model out of air dry clay, form it over the top with a very clear PETG plastic, form that with my heat gun, and then paint resin onto the inside. So really thin layers of resin. The other nice thing about that was it gave me a lot of control over the color, because thin resin will cure real quick. My resin is, it just cures over time, so I don't need to put it under any kind of lights or anything like that, so I don't need to worry about it warping the PETG by heating it up or anything. And that way I can like paint in sparkles, and I can paint in darker patches and stuff like that, and layer it up if I want to, so like there's some lighter patches behind the darker patches. I think it will look really, really cool. The resin will add a little bit of thickness to it, so it's quite strong. I mean, the PETG is not weak anyway, but like it'll be quite strong. And then it'll be really lightweight. The other benefit is that it's hollow. Now, do you remember, any of you, like 8 months ago, I told you I got some really cheap LEDs. So, if the top of my spear is hollow, it would be very, very easy to attach lighting into it if I wanted to have a light up top of my spear. Because I could just add it in at any time. There wouldn't be any pressure for it because it's hollow. It's not like I have to set the LEDs in resin. The other nice thing about having it like that is if any of the LEDs do blow, I can replace them over time. So I think that's the method I'm going to be going for. It's chicken, it's 4 a.m. in the morning. That is not a good time to be thinking about chicken. How are you going to get that chicken at 4 a.m.? Unless you bake it, I suppose. But then I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm not a very good cook. Always better when I buy it. Fried chicken I struggle with in the house. There we go. And fold that one over. We are. Oh dear. But yeah, that's the plan. That might have sounded like a lot of gobbledygook to a lot of people actually thinking about it, but it's nice to be able to talk out your ideas. Doesn't really matter if anybody understands. But it's nice to be able to say them aloud and be like, this is what I'm planning to do. I should say, I'll go over the costs of this kind of project in a second. It does add a little bit because some of the stuff I was originally going to use, like the silicone mold, I'll no longer be using. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretend, as far as the total cost of this costume goes, if I buy something and don't use it, it's not going to go towards the total cost of the costume in my mind. So I'm going to say I didn't buy any of that silicone mold stuff. Instead, I'll be buying some PETG. Was it PETG or PETC? Forgotten already. Oh, I don't know. I've got rid of the tab. Well, whatever. I think it's PETG. Get some of that and basically just swap it over because the PETG will cost just a little bit less in the silicone molding stuff. You have fried chicken for lunch? Heck yeah. Oh my god. I think I've got noodles again for lunch. I could put an egg in that. That's kind of like chicken. They're from the same source. Oh dear. But yeah, I think technically it will come out a little cheaper to do it this way. So, but again, you have to bear in mind, I do already have a fair amount of stuff in this house. I have boards, I have clay, I have resin stuff already in the house. So I'm not spending any extra on any of that because I already own it. I already have a heat gun, so heat forming it would not be difficult. This, if you were doing it from scratch, I'd imagine it costs close to 100 quid. If you include having to buy like machine, so like the heat gun, if you had to buy all of the sculpting tools, clay boards, well, the clay would probably be a bit cheaper. I bought a big amount, so who knows. But maybe like 80 quid then. Maybe 80 quid, probably total. If you were gonna do this from scratch. That's been a big thing with this costume for anyone joining for the first time. Trying to keep the costs as low as possible, but also explaining why I'm able to get rid of some, like I'm able to do things a lot cheaper sometimes, because we used to get a lot of people coming into this chat and saying things like, you can only enter cosplay competitions if you're rich. And while yes, it does give you an advantage in being able to buy whatever fabric you like or whatever materials you like, or you might have a lot more machinery in the house. I definitely don't think that is the case. Our goal with this is to get into a big cosplay competition with it's going to cost less than 250 quid. So specifically, it would cost about £20 a month, which I think for a lot of people with spending money on a hobby is a bit more realistic than maybe spending hundreds of quid a month. So for me, it's been 20 quid a month. I think actually pretty much spot on 20 quid a month to make this costume, which, you know, I'm very low income. I can't spend thousands of pounds on my costumes. That being said, when you see the finished product, I don't think it will look like it only cost 240 quid, you know? And yeah, that's kind of the plan, is to try and make it really, really cheap so it feels a bit more accessible, because cosplay competitions are such a fun part of cosplay. Not for everyone, but for a lot of people, myself included. They're a really good way of getting like proper professional feedback. You meet so many cosplayers going to them, and I don't like seeing that people are put off because they're also low income, you know? And it feels a shame to feel like you're not able to go to those competitions because of that. What I should say is, if somebody spends thousands of pounds on their costume, power to them. If you've got the money to spend on the costume, fair enough, but everyone has very different prices they can spend on their hobbies, or allowances for their hobbies, right? And for a lot of us, it's small. So if you have a small allowance for cosplay, I think you can still get into cosplay crafting competitions. You just have to spend more time on them a lot of the time. There's like a triangle of costuming where, like, if you have a lot of money and a lot of skill, you can spend less time. If you have a lot of skill and a lot of time, you can spend less money. And if you have a lot of time and a lot of money, you don't need as much skill. And that's like that's a square. That's like the triangle of costuming. For me, I've been costuming for like 10 years. I would say that I have more skill and I have a lot of damn time. I've got so much damn time. I'm always stuck in the house. But I don't have money. So for me, that's been like, yeah, how you navigate it so you still get like a really cool costume. Yeah, I think making this would cost over 300k euro because I lack the room in my current house. That's something. My costume is half fits in a suitcase downstairs because I just don't have the space to unpack it. Also, Evil, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't have the space to unpack it, so it's just downstairs in a suitcase. My tail is draped over the chair with my wings, so there's just a chair in my house that I can't use. And then all of that stuff we're working on is just pinned on my mannequin. It stays there. Before this house where we live now, or we rent now, I did all of the stuff out of the living room. And so I'd have to consistently clean and put all of my stuff away, like properly, like away, because it was the living room. Oh, that was a time. Hello, oh, Techno, welcome in. I'm sure the bias tape will never be too much. You can never have too much bias tape, Techno. Never, never, never. You always need more. It's me, Frightful. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Welcome to the most biased stream on Twitch today. I'd argue probably we are the most biased stream on Twitch today because I can't imagine someone's making more bias tape than me in one day. We're making meters and meters and meters of bias tape. I think we'll win, and we're using bias tape all day. Oh dear. The thing is, you really can never have enough. It's such useful stuff. Right, let's do a little bit of a measure, because I'm just gonna have my iron cool down at the side and see if we need to cut any more. If we do, that's all good, and I will need to cut some out of the coppery color as well, because I'll need that for the wings. The thing is, we're getting really close to finishing the sewing portion of this costume, and I'm lost. I don't know what to do. Like, we've been sewing for so long. What do you mean we're nearly finished that bit? I don't know if my heart can handle that. Right, how long do we want to have them? I'm going to say about 2 inches is good, which means we'll do 3 inches so that we can fold over and singe both ends. I'm making hummus. Is that biased? 100%. 100% biased hummus. Oh dear, meters and meters and meters and meters. Exactly. We will take the title of most biased stream on Twitch. So I'm just gonna go up it and see how many I can get out of one piece. So just measuring it to 3 inches. I think that's long enough. How are you doing, by the way, Jelly? I'm good, actually. I'm really, really good. Last stream of the week, because I've worked this weekend, but generally I've been good. We went out for dinner. I've been sequining in the evenings. I'm like slowly getting my stomach back to usual, so that's really good. It's frustrating because I know most people recover from this in like a day or two, and it's taken me 2 weeks, or over 2 weeks. But like, we're getting there. I'm able to eat food, even if it's just in small portions, and doing pretty heckin' good. I missed food. Oh dear, maybe I should be trimming them as I go because I'm gonna give myself in a tizzy, huh? Okay, trim them as we go. Yeah, it's been pretty heckin' good. Hey with the dual raid, we're playing Vanguard. Glad she raided, I find this calming. Oh heck yeah. Well, we have a lot of people come in because they like the sounds of the sewing machines. So I don't think it's that weird. It's like pretty common. We have people who come here basically just for sewing machine ASMR. Unfortunately, we're not going to be doing any sewing machine work today. I might get the embroidery machine up and running again in a bit, but I need to get all the ironing done first because otherwise I don't have desk space. Ah dear. Glad to hear it. Heck yeah, have you not been well? No, it's kind of embarrassing because most people recover from it so quickly. I had food poisoning, but then just due to some things, I really struggled to get rid of that sort of thing. So like, I had food poisoning really, really badly, and it was just getting worse for about 5 days, and then I had to go to hospital with it because we just... that's the thing, is like if you can't get rid of it quickly, you just dehydrate basically. And so I was in hospital, and then this all happened in London as well. And then we got back, and then we had all this stuff to be taking and getting better. And then I came off that at the beginning of this week, and I'm finally getting better. And it's like, it's kind of embarrassing because like most people, they'll say like food poisoning. Oh yeah, so you're probably ill for like a day or so. No, 2 weeks actually. But you know what? We are pretty much better now, so that's good. The other thing is like having to sit in a hospital when there are people like far worse than you. Just everyone's like, you okay? And I'm like, yeah, sorry, for me it's just food poisoning. I'll be fine. And like the person next to you has like lost their leg or something. I was like, I'm so sorry. I feel very silly for being here. Oh dear. Yeah, but actually weekend off at once. Yeah, George has just worked like the worst week, and now they're like finally gonna be having some time. Also, Duda, thank you so much for the follow. That's very heckin' kind of you. Welcome on in. Oh, TwitchCon was in Amsterdam. Now I have to resist buying a ticket. Ooh, it's really exciting actually because this is the first time that TwitchCon Amsterdam has a cosplay contest. So they've had one in San Diego for quite a while now, or San Diego in America for quite a while now. There's like, for instance, at the San Diego one this year, but they've not ever had one in Europe. So this is the first time for like European cosplayers to give it a go. And we've like, I'll be honest, all of the cosplayers that are entered have been like chatting behind the scenes. We've all become like quite a little close-knit group, and it's been really, really lovely because TwitchCon cosplay is always such a good way of meeting cosplayers because you have to stream part of your cosplay making process. So it's not like you'll suddenly run into someone in the day. You know exactly the people that are entering, and you know it weeks before. So it's really, really nice. Also, heck, Nadine, welcome on in. Oh my god, a cozy town raid? Perfect, that's the vibes we need. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good stream. Oh, no, that's not how you shout someone out. One day I'll learn. That's the one. Also, Mage, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, Mages. Welcome. And you've gone all out. Yeah, I think everyone's gone all out there because it's really exciting. And Nadine, thank you for the follow. That's very sweet of you. How was your stream? What did you get up to? We are waiting for my iron to cool down, and I was going to count these. We're making teeny tiny bias strips, and we're going to be putting them all over the costume. I love the vibe. Oh, thank you. We're yeah. We're meant to be finishing this costume soon, and I'm just here like stalling for time because I really enjoy this costume and I don't really want to finish it, but like we're really, really close to finishing it. It's just been such a fun costume to make, you know, so the idea that it's finishing soon is like, oh, okay, you get 16. I need 70. 16 times 4 is 64? 64, I think. Which means I'm going to be a bit short. That's okay. That's okay. Also, Loving, thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, you're doing a KDA costume. Yes, I always really wanted to do a, was it a Kari? Yeah, I always wanted to really do with the big face mask and the jacket and all the spray paint. The KDA costumes are so nice. I literally know nothing about League of Legends, but like I like KDA. 64. Thank you, George. I need someone to check my maths because my maths is historically pretty bad. Oh dear, I legit could have already finished it, but here I am stalling. Yeah, it's the thing is, if it's been a costume that you've really enjoyed making, finishing it feels kind of bittersweet. Like, it's really nice to, of course, see the costume finished and get it all together and stuff like that, and maybe wear it somewhere. That's always really fun too. But like, it's always a little sad to think that you won't get to continue making it. I don't feel the same with shorter costumes, but when I make a costume for a long time, I definitely get into that mind frame of like, oh. Oh, Loving, thank you. Same boat here, don't worry. I have not a single clue about League, but I'm here for KDA, yeah. Every time KDA releases a new video, I'm like, what are they gonna make this time? I love it. Oh, dear. I will say, they've done a really good job. It's the same, like, I've watched Arcane. Arcane was fantastic, though. Still no idea about League of Legends, really. But Arcane was very good. I enjoyed that a lot. There you go. Get all of our tiny little... It's going to be a bit weird at that end, but because I'm folding it over, I think it'll be okay. And then we should get 16 out of all of these. So I am going to be 6 short. But that's okay. I'll probably hold off because I might be able to make 6 pieces out of a scrap rather than cutting a whole new strip. Which might be a good idea, just for saving resources a little bit. I love it here. Arcane was fantastic. Arcane was so good. It made me so happy. It probably was even better for people that already knew the lore and like the background of the characters a little bit. But for someone who really knew nothing, it was still like super, super good, and I loved it so much. And it makes me really happy that loads of people are cosplaying Jinx. And although people are cosplaying, I think, all of the characters to an extent. So yeah, it's heck yeah. It's a good time. Heck yeah, a good time to be a cosplayer. Oh dear. Out of interest, have you done any other cosplays recently, or have you been doing like me, like a long project, a project that goes on past the expanses of time? Oh dear. There we go. We were just talking a little bit about TwitchCon cosplay. So there is a big cosplay competition happening in TwitchCon Amsterdam. That we're still waiting on the announcements of who's getting in. We did enter here, but there's some delays and like waiting for things. We kind of should have seen that coming, honestly. It's also the first time that Amsterdam has ever had, or not Amsterdam, I should say it's in Amsterdam this year, but it's the first time Europe has had a TwitchCon cosplay contest. And the cosplayers that have been entering it, everyone's been really, really sweet and nice. Like I said, we've all been chatting behind the scenes a lot, but like everyone is making such amazing costumes. If we don't get in, I will 100% stream a watch along of it. So that we can cheer everyone on, because it's I think you guys will really like it. I know a lot of you haven't been following everyone, which is fair. To be, it's like 20 something people that were entering. Like it'd be difficult to catch all of those streams, but I have been watching basically everyone, and I think you guys will really, really like it. Oh yeah. Evelyn's my first full cosplay, but I'll be doing for a con, and it was semi-last minute, so I only decided in April to cosplay. Oh my god! So you've been like zooming through this one. Heck yeah! Oh, that's not a very good pin. That's okay. We'll get a better one. How's this? Do you prefer this one? Just so they don't like spill out all over the desk if I accidentally, knock them. There we go. Oh, you're gonna get dinner? Have nice dinner, George. Have a good old dinner. I hope that it goes well. How are we doing? Still a bit warm. We'll leave that a little longer. Because this is a travel iron, it heats up and cools down pretty quickly, which is nice, and it's teeny. I've cosplayed as Casual Todoroki from Hero Academia before, but it was only for stream. I think I would do it for the con if I'm going as well. That's fair. Heck yeah. To be fair, I think, personally, I find cosplaying at a convention to be less tiring than cosplaying on stream, and I don't know why. Logically, it makes no sense, right? Because, while you're streaming, you're just sat still and you're not having to worry too much about the costume. But when you're at a convention, there's so much adrenaline that I feel like it's not until you take the costume off that you're like, oh my god. Like, I was in costume for about 2 hours at MCM London, a convention that happens here in the UK, because I wasn't very well, so I couldn't wear it for very long. But I was wearing 2 corsets whilst having pretty damn severe food poisoning, and I didn't notice it at all. Because of like the adrenaline of being there in a costume and like how exciting that is. Like I don't notice if it's uncomfortable until I have to take it off, and then I'm like, oof, okay. And like obviously that's quite an extreme example, but I've had that happen basically every year I've gone. It's like while I'm wearing the costume, I have tons of energy and I'm really excited, and I don't notice if anything's digging in or feeling uncomfortable because I'm just having a really good time. And then once I go to take the costume off, it's like, oh my god, the biggest wave of exhaustion. But it's like, it's good. Sorry, I read that one. I guess me zooming through is an understatement. Even more so recently because I'm weeks away and I still got... I've been aiming to finish this in July, and I think pretty easily I should finish this in July, to be honest. What will really stop me is if I decide to add anything. This has been a consistent through this costume of being like, oh, I can finish this easily. However, I've decided to add something that's going to take another 6 months and stuff like that. I think choosing to bead all of the armor probably was the biggest time sink. Don't get me wrong, I really like how it looks. I'm very, very proud of it. But God, as far as time sinks go, that was a hell of a time sink. Dear. Right, get that in there, and then it's a shame to have to get rid of that bit at the end each time, but I'd rather have them equal sizes. So excited to finally get a show off. I'm so proud of it. Heck yeah. It's so nice to be able to walk around in a costume that you're really proud of. It's a really good feeling. And to be fair, because you're doing a character that I think a lot of people will know, you should have a fair few people recognize you, which is always a really, really good feeling when somebody comes up to you and says, hi, are you cosplaying this character? And it's right. It's oh my god, it's such a nice feeling of being like, yes, actually I am. Oh dear, so that'll be lovely. That is the only downside of Mateus as a cosplay build, is it's a bit obscure. They're a boss monster in Tactics Advance, which is already like an offset of the main like Final Fantasy franchise, and I know Tactics Advance wasn't that positively received by a lot of people because it has a slightly less mature story than Tactics. So you know, it's a bit obscure, but the design, I just fell in love with it. I love gold and I love purple. Gold, though, specifically is like one of my favorite colors. So when I saw a costume wearing this much gold, and also it was a really good candidate for testing out some stuff that I wanted to do, like making armor out of fabric. So it was a really, really good test for that. And yeah, I just had to do it. Even though I know probably very few people will recognize me, it's worth it because I'm very excited about this costume. Oh dear. I'm definitely falling into the category though of only cosplaying this big, you know, obscure ass character because of the design. But I don't mind too much. Oh dear. It was quite funny on Twitter at one point. There was like a thread going around of people like complaining about things in costumes they don't like, and like someone was talking about over-designed, over-detailed costumes, like they're just sick of seeing them when there's detail for no reason. I'm just here like, that's me. But I love it. I love over-detailed, ridiculously over-the-top costumes. They're my favorite to make, especially if they're gold. This is the second big costume I've made, which is like, the gold is what took me to the character. Don't get me wrong, I love the Final Fantasy franchise. I am a really, really big Final Fantasy fan, actually. I adore Final Fantasy. But yeah, definitely not a common character. Dear. Definitely things I look forward to the moment, especially here since KDA has become more popular during the height of the pandemic, so I'm sure come across. Oh, I think so. You might not, so even if you don't see someone who's costuming exactly the same thing as you, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw at least a few KDA cosplays. And that means you have the opportunity for some really good group photo shoots. That's, yeah, a nice thing about doing a slightly less obscure character is like, the photo opportunities at conventions are a lot better. The detail is for the love of it. Yeah, exactly. I love it. It makes me happy. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it makes me very happy. I can't do cosplay. My drawing style would be chaotic evil. I like overly much detail, but I just like with online when I can get 1,000 lines. Exactly. That is exactly how I approach costume. It's like, I could just, you know, cut it out of foam and paint it gold. But what if I used hundreds of thousands of meters of thread and hundreds of thousands of beads and did it like that? Wouldn't it create a nice, awesome texture? Said nobody. Well, no, said me. So I like that. Oh, so Purple, how are you doing? I hope things are going well for you. Welcome on in. We're talking about designing cosplays. Oh, there we go. If you're inadequate because somebody else put more time into it, do more. That is one way of looking at it. I think it's because, I think, who was it that explained it to me? I think Amazonia was the one who explained why people were saying that. And it's because apparently there's like certain designs that have become very, very popular for winning cosplay contests recently. Mine isn't one of them. But there's like some artists who create art that's really good for detailed costumers, and those particular costumes have been winning a lot of cosplay contests. So like it's like one art person's or like one or two art person's drawings, and then people make cosplays and win competitions with them because they're like perfect for cosplay. I think that's why people have been upset, which still doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, because like they probably won because they were the best. But there's always drama in the cosplay community. Spent part of yesterday working on a phone case for my costume. Heck yeah, I need to do that. I need to make a little pouch or something to go with it so that I got all these like loops on the costume, so I'm assuming I can just like clip it onto one of the loops, and then yeah, then I have a bag. I was originally just gonna do like a little pocket, but then I need a ticket, normally a phone, and if I have any business cards. So I need like a few things, so I figured making a whole bag would make a little bit more sense and just have it so I can clip it on and off. Also, it'd be a nice way of disguising my ticket if I ever have one. Ah dear. But oh, thank you, Evil. I like cosplay. I'm a big fan of cosplay. Doing cosplay things makes me very happy. And the fact that this costume is getting so close to the end, as much as like it's bittersweet, it still makes me happy. Right. There's drama in any hobby. Oh, for sure. There's always people that will come in and say things that are like rude or odd. I don't think you can escape it. Personally, I try not to take part in it too much. Unless it's like something that really needs to be addressed. If someone's won in a cosplay contest, they won because the judges decided they were the best. And like I think that is the best way to approach contests in general. Like I have won maybe like 5% of the contests that I've entered, or placed I should say, in like 5% of the contests that I entered. And when I don't win, it's not a bad thing. You can get like good feedback on why maybe someone won, and then that can help guide you to the next costume. And I've definitely had that happen a few times, where they'll say, listen, like the sewing work you've done is good, but there are elements of your costume that you didn't make from scratch that other people did. And like that's all I need to hear. It's like, okay, these people made their petticoats, next time I'll make my own petticoat. And then yeah, it's stuff like that. It's like really, really useful, because a lot of it, they're not gonna come at you and be like, because you're shit, that's why you lost. No, they'll give you like constructive of like, comparatively to the other cosplayers, you did this, they did this, that's why they placed. And it's really, really useful. But there's always drama about, well, I think somebody else should have won, or I think that this costume was better. But unless you're a judge, like there's really no way to know the intricacies. Like there have been times where I've done costumes that look really, really good, but maybe I didn't make my own petticoat and someone else did a costume of the same caliber but made their own petticoat. As an audience member, that's not necessarily something that you would know, but as a judge, it is something you know. And so they would win over me. Ah dear. Pick a Discord. Oh, have ya? 2 seconds. Character in that, of course, no one is better than other. Or in LARP, you have two sorts of drama. It's character and out of character. One is better than the other. The one in character sounds fun. I have to run. Oh, you're fine. Sorry, Nadine. I should have said, if you need to get snacks or anything, or go to sleep or anything like that, please do. It was lovely to see you. But yeah, look after yourself. Jane Austen, LARP. I mean, stay to starting back up. Time to get into a duel. Heck yeah. Duels for LARP? Heck yeah, over LARP drama? Right, let me just go have a look at what... Your phone case. Oh my god, it's so cute though. Oh my god, the little charms and everything. Oh wait, it's so cute. I love it. Oh dear, yeah, I'm not probably smart enough to make a phone hold on its own. It is big difference the last 2 summers. Complete lack of annual convention meltdowns on Twitter. Every niche, every con. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Just how it is, I suppose. When your hobby becomes less niche, you're gonna get people like that. And I mean, it doesn't really bother me that much. There's like 1% of cosplay drama is actually worth like discussing. The rest of it is just silly. People being mad at someone who won a convention. People saying certain things. What was it? There was a big drama in the cosplay community that was quite funny to me. Where they were saying cosplay tutorials are classist. That was basically the statement. Well, actually, that might have been exactly the statement. Cosplay tutorials are classist because a lot of the tutorials will assume that you already have a sewing machine, or will assume that you already have a heat gun, or assume you already have this or that or the other. If you watch a cooking tutorial and they say you know, put it in the oven. Is that classist because they have an oven? No, you've watched a tutorial where it requires something that you don't have. And while it might be useful for the future, maybe it's not so useful for you now. But telling people to not make these tutorials because they are classist makes literally no sense in my mind. And this is literally coming from someone who is at the bottom of a rung of, like, you know, income and such. Like, this is not from someone who has a lot of money. I've made a collection over 10 years of 2 machines. And I got them both at reduced prices. It's like, yeah, I already have some stuff. I already have a sewing machine, that's true. But I've also been doing this for 10 years. And the first sewing machine I had was a gift. And the second one I got X Display, which I would recommend to anyone if you're looking to buy a sewing machine. Really, really good option. You can get your sewing machine much cheaper. Oh dear. There's always one drama or another. Most of them are like nothing burgers. It's just somebody getting angry with but not even them. I don't think they're actually angry, to be honest. I think most of the time people say these things because it uses buzzwords and gets some likes on Twitter. Oh dear. There's people like the angry bunny the best. I like the ball, but that's because it's hard to make circular shapes and that looks really good. Tutorials on how to hand sew stuff. Yeah, there are like tutorials on how to hand sew stuff. There's also tutorials on like how to 3D print, how to use a laser cutter. There's tutorials for literally everything. And saying that some of these tutorials shouldn't exist because not everyone can afford the equipment, it kind of falls back into the idea, I suppose, that people have their own money that they can spend on the costume, like, or on their hobby. Like, for me, 20 quid a month is about the maximum I can spend on my hobby. For some people, it will be 200 quid a month. That's just how it is. Saying that they can't do that because I can't do that, that's not, you know, it doesn't really make any sense. And also, you wouldn't get the amazing variety in cosplay if you did try to limit people like that. Like, I'm very much inspired by costumes financially I could never do, but I still have inspiration for them. Like, I'm still like, wow, that's really inspired me to try something in my costume. 10 quid off Facebook Marketplace. I think especially after the last couple years, a lot of people will be getting rid of sewing machines because a lot of people picked them up during the pandemic and then haven't really used them. There's an opportunity cost to learning any skill. I mean, yeah, there always is, and it is always going to be more accessible to some people than others. Like, you know, with projects like this, you can try and make a cosplay more accessible for more people. It is predominantly hand-stitched. We've used very cheap fabrics, and we've managed to keep the price down very, very cheap, right? Especially for a costume that's taken nearly a year to make. 20 quid a month is definitely not that bad. But there will still be people that won't be able to do that. And it is always the case. You could try and make a costume accessible, but there will always be people that can't. Part of cosplay is also working around those things you can't do. It's different for everyone as well. We were talking about this Wednesday, weren't we? Like, everyone has different approaches to cosplay because everyone has different limitations. Whether it be like me, I have a physical limitation, so I have to design around a disability every single time. There'll be people with monetary concerns and stuff like that, where it's like they can only spend a certain amount in the costume, and that will be their limitation. There'll be people where time is a limitation. Time's a really big limitation for a lot of cosplayers. Like, they might have the money, they might have the skill, but they only have like 2 hours a week they can afford to spend on it, which again, so time will be a big limitation. So everyone has limitations when approaching cosplay. For a lot of them, it's going to be different. Which is why like a one-size-fits-all doesn't really work when everyone's got such different stuff. But problem solving is a really big part of cosplay. For me, problem solving will nearly always be around a disability. Now, should it be that all tutorials keep that in mind? No! Because it's something that I have to work around. And it'll be the same for basically everyone. We all have things we're working around. Also, Mark, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. We're cosplayers. We do cosplay. I need to get these sewn in like this. It looks a little bit odd, but honestly, it looks a little bit odd in the reference image as well. Like, when I look at this and I'm like, yeah, these are what I'm making, these tiny little purple things. I will put some gold sequins at the edge of them, but this is what I'm sewing in right now. Yes, it looks kind of odd, but that's just how the design goes, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. So if you want to make the chair leg, you saw this length of wood. If you do not own a saw, you can also try to gnaw through the wood. Good luck and subscribe. Heck yeah. Personally, I don't own very much electronical equipment like drills. I have like simple stuff, but like if you're looking at saw, stuff like that, I don't have that. So technically, yeah, I would prefer to chew through anything that I'm doing. And you can tell. Oh dear. The beetle is styrofoam ball. I wondered, because I was like, it's a really good circle. It looks good though. I don't sew because I was raised super wealthy. I can sew because I needed an ass in my trousers and there was no new trousers for 6 months. I went to say so. They basically taught sewing in primary school. I learned to cook because it was the first one home. Oh, you were the first one home. And it didn't, no one would cook and I wouldn't have to do it until 9. Excluded from home ec because the teacher wouldn't let me have more than one boy in the class. I've heard stories like that though about ec. Is that, it's weird to me when people are like, you know, boys don't do sewing, boys don't do cooking, when like most of the top chefs are men, like half of the fashion industry is men. Like the idea then that you would cut them out from school when it is quite clearly a career path a lot of men decide to go down, it's very odd. I didn't get to do textiles in school because we had our textiles class cut. No rotary tool. I don't have a rotary tool, no. I don't even have like a rotary cutter. That being said, I do have a pretty good collection of scissors. You want to see? Not that I collect them, but like, you know, we have these two as well on my desk, but then there's also all of these. I get gifted scissors a lot. So I just collect scissors over time, and I have them all in a knife block now because they were getting out of hand. Oh yeah, get that back in there. Oh, Feathered! Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. How are you doing? I have a coffee table and the other boy wanted to do home ec as a professional chef. Yeah, it's like, it's odd to me. It's very odd. I just bought a second-hand rotary wire, hot wire table on eBay. Most of my stuff is ex-display, second-hand, stuff like that. Because most of it is fine. It's fine and the discount's worth it. I had the opposite problem. I wasn't allowed to take technical drawing because I was a girl. The joys of growing up in the 70s. Which again, at this point, a lot of these jobs really are like a 50-50 split. It makes no sense to me. I have a lot of scissors, yeah. Guys who do home ec, as a bachelor, the home ec I had done has saved me on more than one occasion. It doesn't surprise me. It's useful to be able to, you know, cook for yourself. Ah, dear. Jelly doesn't collect scissors, they're for self-defense. That's what it is for, yes. Self-defense. Couldn't do without my, couldn't do without my Dremels. Also, Alchemist, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. For me, it'd be my sewing machine. I don't use it, I haven't used it that much for this costume, but if I didn't have it, I would be sad. I would be very sad. So drawing was one of the things I did instead, also woodwork and polymath and cooked at home, but the nonsense dragged right into the 90s. Yeah, I mean, I would have been in school in the 2000s and they cut my textile course to like only 10 people in the year could do it. And because I guess I wasn't good enough at textiles at the time, I was cut from that course. And so I wasn't able to do it. And I don't think anyone I was friends with quite a few of them. I don't think any of them continued textiles even into college, let alone further. Whereas me, someone who had a genuine interest in it, has had to completely self-taught. I've never been able to do textiles because I didn't do it at school, I couldn't do it at college, and then because I couldn't do it at college, I couldn't do it at a higher level. And so I never got to do it. Put a button back on so a seam closed well enough. Well, that's the thing, is like, just the amount of people that I work with who can't sew a button back on and will give it to me while I'm there and be like, you sew, can you sew this button back on? And I'm like, I physically can, but also, would you like to learn how to sew a button on? Because it's just useful stuff to know. Like, will you use it every day? Probably not, but like you use it often enough that it's good to know. Also, I need to get some purple thread. Although actually I'll be sewing it on with gold, won't I? Okay, gold it is then. But fortunately, I already have some gold on here. So let's pin this into here. Make sure it's on the top. And we're going to be aiming to only go through the top layer. So there's 3 layers to each of these scales. And I only want to sew through the top one. It's going to be a little difficult because I do have to pin it down kind of through all the layers so that it doesn't tear the lame. Lame is the red fabric and it's very, very delicate. It's cheap though. I'm glad that by the time I was in junior high, all students took home ec and such. You mean a wooden cabinet? that sounds sick. I said a button on, it looks horrible, but it's on. You know what? If it works, if you can use it, it doesn't really matter how it looks like. It's for, unless you're like trying to, I guess, submit a piece of clothing or something like that. For the most part, it's just, you know, being able to do it, innit? You're one of those rebel auto-dipped. What is that, Mark? My vocabulary is clearly not expansive enough. I can't sew a button back on, but that's mostly because I don't have a needle and thread in the house. Zay. Zay. You don't. My poor heart hurts to know that you don't have one needle and thread. Donation fund to get Zay a needle and thread in their own house. Oh, yeah, that's the pin. Excuse me, I'm being silly. Don't mind me. Right, where are the secrets? I actually want to use... I'll use these ones. Sure, why not? Like changing a tire, everyone on the drive should learn unless they are physically... Yeah, exactly. It's just handy stuff to know. In my son's school, all kids do home ec. Gino enjoyed it because he had asked me to teach him how to make various dishes. I went one better. I taught him the basic tasks so he can make any dish he wants. Heck yeah. Don't expand the inside. Well, that's fine then. You know what? That sounds like you did a good job. If you can't see it from the outside, then in that case, it's a perfect button. I have related before. The first time anyone called me, it was the girl in the dorm had blown out the zip on her skirt, and I really said, just sew on another. I can see it being very unintentional. But yeah, it's like the idea that all women know how to sew, I suppose. I remember we had a course at work. They were doing these around the UK a bit, where they were basically trying to stop people assuming things like that. Because, you know, I was not the only woman in my school who was, or girl I suppose at the time, girl in my school who like could not sew. But I guess it is kind of, sorry, not could not sew, could not do the textiles course. So there's probably like a fair few hundred people from my school who had left it not being able to sew a button on. Oh dear. Oh, autodidact, self-taught of, oh, thank you. It's because I was passionate for it. I think if you're not passionate for it, you probably won't bother this much, but like, I love sewing. I love being able to make my own stuff. It didn't start with costumes, but I did pretty quickly go to costumes. I say pretty quickly. After like a fair few years, it went to costumes. And then that's why I say I've been doing cosplay for 10 years, because before that, I was making dolls' clothing and ball gowns. I didn't get to keep the cabinet. What? No. Oh. Imagine. Oh. I guess I could kind of make sense of it, because like that would be a lot of material, but no. I said everyone, so I put a new, that's good of you. Good of you to do. To be fair, I hate replacing zips in things. I've had co-workers ask me to replace a zip for them before. Not in something they were currently wearing. It'd be different if they were currently wearing it and they had like a zip handy for some reason. But like they've asked me to replace zips on the stuff that they own in the house. No, I'm not gonna do it because it's a lot of unpicking and being careful, and I just don't want to do it. Nope. Sorry. It's very boring. I could teach you how to do it, but I'm not doing it for you. Oh dear. Hero! Hero, not hero! Don't find you handsome, they should find you handy. Oh dear, well there you go. That's why people hang around with me. I'm very handy to have around. Oh dear. Putting in a zip in actually might be beyond my very limited sewing skills. It's not too bad, it's just a bit fiddly. If you have a sewing machine, you can use a zip foot on it, which makes it a bit easier. But if you're doing it by hand, it's a lot of pinning. And a lot of the time I have to do it by hand because I don't have the zip foot handy and I lose it a lot. Which is my own fault, really. I should keep better track of my things. But it also does not enthuse me to do it. I find it easier to do by hand in a machine. I normally do it by hand because I don't know where my stuff is. Not the best excuse, but there you go. I lose stuff. The only one I always know where it is the hoop foot, and that's only useful for machine embroidery. Also, that's how we're attaching them. There you go. Like with a little piece of gold at the end, because that's kind of what it looks like in the picture. Of course, it's going to be difficult to get it 100% like sure that this is what it's meant to be, but I'm pretty confident that it's something similar to this at least. So that's what we're doing. My home ec teacher was told me to marry a man who can cook, and then I'd be purchasing all my clothes. To be fair, I did not enjoy sewing cooking in class because they make. Actually, I feel the same. So basically, the way that my school worked was you do like 2 months of each one. So you do 2 months of textiles, 2 months of cooking, and 2 months of woodwork. And then you'd kind of have to pick one, or if you wanted to do one. And then of course I picked one and was not allowed to do it anyway. So like a bit iffy and up in the air, but that's basically how it worked. So we would do like a couple months cooking. So we cook at home. We cooked at home a lot. I grew up in a family that really enjoyed cooking, and they made me make box bread. I've made bread from scratch since I was about 5. Like, we made bread for a long time. My family liked making bread and cakes and stuff like that. So when they said, no, you can't bring in flour and all this, you have to bring in a box bread mix, I was just, like, what? You just add water, put it in the machine, and it makes it. And that was my whole class. And I don't know. It kind of shook me as a kid. I was like, this doesn't feel right. I don't know about this. So what is bias tape, and why are you making it? Bias tape is generally considered to be fabric that is cut on the bias and turned on a tape. So the bias in the fabric is to do with the stitching and like the direction of the stitches. Once it becomes bias tape, you have it that it's folded over like this. So it's originally like this long, and then it becomes folded over, and you have the strip like this. It's really common to see it on like the insides of coats, the insides of collars, the insides of sleeves, things like that. You'll even see it sometimes in bras where they'll use a really thin bias tape to cover some of the seams so it's more comfortable. They're often used to around the edges of things. So if you look in your coats and stuff like that, you might find like a really thin strip of fabric, and that's bias tape, and it's been used to cover a seam or an edge, so everything's nice and smooth on the inside. So it's like often used as like a structural part of sewing. For me, I'm using it as a very decorative part of sewing, so I'm cutting it into tiny little strips, singeing the edges and folding them over, and then cutting them into these little like, I don't know even what you'd call it, but they're meant to look like they're holding the scales together. But in reality, they're not. They're not holding the scales together. I've sewed it together already. But it's meant to look like it's holding the scales together. And if I point on the costume, yeah. So you can see these little purple bits here. These are what I'm making right now. And that's why I'm putting some gold on the join, because it looks like there's a little bit of gold like at the edges, like there. In fact, it looks like there's gold the whole way around, but I don't really want to do that because I think it draws too much attention to something that should be like a structural piece, even though it's not actually a structural piece, and I am doing it more as decoration. There you go. But basically, bias tape is fabric that's been cut on the bias into strips and turned into tape. I guess would be a basic explanation. I don't think I've ever made homemade bread. We did it a lot. So my grandparents would bake bread for like a lot of other people as well. So they'd also bake bread for themselves. They even made bread for like festivals. Like they made a lot of bread. So like we'd go over to their house and stay there for a bit, and we'd make bread and cake with them. Ah dear, I got a Dutch pot? Is that another way of making bread? I don't know how to cook, period. Oh, fair enough. I grew up in a family that really valued food and cooking and being able to make stuff. So like we were cooking, well, we were baking from a young age, and then we started cooking a little bit older. And when I left home, I left home pretty confident as a cook, which was nice. Flour, yeast, sugar, salt, and water. Yeah, that's the thing, is bread is not too complicated most of the time. No knead recipe is a great place to start with bread. That actually is a fair advice, because you can over knead quite easily. Yeah, no, fair. I agree with that. I've only really made it traditionally except that one time with the school, but yeah. I think bread's a really nice one as well, because it's quite useful and it's pretty diverse. Once you get more confident, there's so many different types of bread you can make. Also, when you make bread, your whole house smells of freshly baked bread for a while, and there's nothing quite like having like a bread roll straight out of the oven and it just like steaming. Yeah, bread's a really nice one. The only thing I had to make for home ec was plan and make a meal for my family. We had to write everything up by hand. They did that to us too. They were like, write out what you're doing for this meal. So basically, at the end of the 2 months, we were allowed to make whatever we wanted. So if you wanted to bake a cake, you could bake a cake. If you wanted to make a main dish, you could make a main dish. As long as you could make it in a time limit, you could make whatever you wanted. And so it gave people a little bit of freedom, but the whole idea was that you planned that out and you planned whatever you were making and you kind of described it. So I decided to make a vegetable curry because that's something that I really enjoyed, and also like we ate as a family and stuff like that. And the spice mix was going to be a little difficult to do in school, to be fair, unless it was ready mixed. And that was the bit that I guess I was most worried about because it's a lot of spices that go into curry. And we went to one of our local Indian restaurants and they took us into the kitchen and they showed us how to do all the spices and stuff like that. Not with the school, this is something I did out of school. I mean, I will say the local Indian restaurant did know us pretty well at that point. But yeah, and they showed me how to make the curry. So I got the recipe straight from an Indian restaurant. And I was like, right, perfect, I'll just do this then. And screw whatever recipes my family has, this'll do. Oh dear. You can overknead, you can overknead. Overkneading bread is like, when your texture's a bit funny, the likelihood is that you've overkneaded it. It does depend what you're making. It's easier to overknead some things than others, but absolutely you can overknead. Oil too needy? Oh, a veggie curry, yes. A heckin' veggie curry, and it was so nice. Oh, Sequoia, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. That's so nice of them. It was really nice of them because you're talking like about like 15 spices, and I was only about 12, so I was only just getting into cooking, and like adding 15 spices, that's a lot for me. That was a lot. And yeah, they were talking me through it. They were talking about how they prepared the veg and stuff like that. It's really stuck with me. It was really nice. I really enjoyed it. I would recommend. Oh heck! Flying! Is that a flying tart? Tart? Are you flying? Oh my god. Delicious. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much for the sub as well. It's very heckin' kind of you. Oh dear, it's very nice of them. I actually am currently working on a surprise drawing for someone. Happy it's on my Saturday tomorrow. As I had some fun having, heck yeah, you're feeling better then. I'm glad to hear it. That sounds really heckin' positive. What a nice end to the week. Heck yeah. That's the thing, it's always nice, even if it's been a bit of a rough week, to end the week on a high. Ah dear. We are doing the same thing that we're always doing. Sequencing and adding details that are probably unnecessary and that nobody will see, but I like them and they make me happy. And honestly, I find sequencing to be quite relaxing. I don't know if you can kind of tell, but it's the same pattern over and over and over again. So it doesn't take a whole lot of brain power, but you can get something really nice looking without having to think too hard. And yeah, that's been really, really good. I do need to bead, like I've got one length of bead down there. I need to get around all of them, but I figured we'd work with the bias tape a little bit first. Unfortunately, I can't do half the bias tape that I need because I need to sew it onto the dress. I know some of you have seen the dress before. If you haven't, it's on my Twitter and it's on my what do you call it, Instagram. It's there. It's very heavy, very, very heavy. So it's very difficult to work on it while sat at the desk. So we normally have to rejig the stream setup so that we can work on it on the floor for a bit, because it's so heavy it will just fall off the desk constantly. Whereas if I work on it on the floor, I can kind of like maneuver it a lot easier. It's like the one kind of pain with working with slightly larger costumes is the space they take up when you're working on them, which is why I kind of like do all the details while it's still in bits and then add them all together at the end. That way I don't have to worry too much about it taking up loads and loads of space. Love the red fabric, heck yeah! So the red fabric, it's lame, which means it's really, really cheap. If you like it, it's lame, and this one in particular has like a slightly gold undertone, so it's like red with gold, which is perfect for this costume. It's, of course, because it's a lame, it's very, very delicate, but it's also very, very cheap. Oh, you might go to an anime con tomorrow. Oh, heck yeah. That'd be really fun. And I'm currently, as I said, working on a surprise drawing for somebody, and I ended up deciding that I'll draw their wedding pic for them. Oh my god, that'd be so sweet. What a lovely gift. Heck yeah. Very nice. Very nice. I can see why you're having a good end of your week. There we go. There's one. And now we just need to do the other one. I'm only doing one because there's a lot of small scales, which I can grab one. A lot of small scales that will end up going over this bottom bit, so if I have it too low down, you won't see it, if that makes sense. So do it right at the top. done with the line art of them, so I just got to do a lot, but it's worth it. Heck yeah. You're in New Zealand? I think there's a lot of conventions going on at the moment, you know. It could be New Zealand. But I feel like at the moment, it's like a convention nearly every single weekend. That's how it feels, at least, from being on social media. Oh dear. NL. Oh wait, no. What's NL? New Orleans? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure what NL. Oh, the Netherlands? Maybe. Difficult. I get very confused. I'm sorry. Please excuse me. I'm an ignorant Brit. It is the Netherlands. Okay. There we go. Right. And let's get this down here. Whoop. And down there. And we do the same thing again. Nice and simple, honestly, but like it'll be a nice extra touch that I definitely didn't have to add, but I think it'll look good. Country's biggest. Oh, it's the country's biggest con this weekend. Heck yeah, very exciting. I really should be up on my lazy butt to get some work done. I accomplished nothing the last 2 days, so off to luck. Oh, you're fine. Take care and good luck with the work, Feathered. I hope that it goes well. Sonny! Is that a heckin' Sonny in a box? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, you're heading out, Mark. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your evening, I'd assume. But yeah, take care. I just assume everyone that come with McDoodle is like probably like 4 in the morning, you know, unsociable hours. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. We are adding silly details to the costume again. My favorite thing. But honestly, it is my favorite thing. I'm joking, but I'm actually not joking. This is my favorite part of being able to make your own cosplays. Is adding details that are reasonably unnecessary but fun. Yeah, no, I live in the Netherlands. First time going to this con, and I think, as though I heard, it's a smaller con, so not so much of a big one. Heck yeah. Small cons can be really good too, though. I mean, a lot of the cosplayers that I know, I've met them at small cons rather than the large ones, because we'd end up going to the same local cons, so we'd like meet each other again and again and again, because we'd always be going to the same conventions. That being said, I definitely meet some of the same people on the competition circuit in the UK as well. Like, competition's a really good way of meeting cosplayers too. But small cons work. Ah, dear. It's worth going there anyway. Oh, heck yeah. No, I'd always say it's worth it. Big con or small con, if you can afford to go, if it's close to you, like, why not? The only reason I don't go to so many cons is because they're always on the weekends, and I don't get that many days holiday every year. So, and because I only work weekends, it's a little difficult to go to all of them. But if I didn't work weekends, I would go to a lot more. And they're just nice places to hang out. Heck yeah. Oh, so you want to know how big a medium locker is? Is it big enough to fit a suitcase at least? I would hope so. I would hope that it's big enough to fit a suitcase. Like a medium suitcase, maybe. Con lockers! Actually, to be fair, the conventions I go to don't even have con lockers. What they have is a big space where you can put your luggage and just come back for it later, which works kind of well because a lot of us have big luggage. 15, 28, 24. I mean, the 24 is probably going to be the problem there. The rest of it's not terrible, but the body probably just about. Also, Jan, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome back to more pointless cosplay stuff that I want to add, but doesn't really add that much. But I like it. Oh dear. I'm gonna probably make some more bias tape by the end of the stream as well, I think. Also, I'm only sewing this onto one side because I think if I sewed it onto the back as well, it'd look kind of weird. I don't know. I think having it on the back would be an unusual touch, and I don't want to do that. Wampa, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Well, con locker is a locker you can hire. Basically, in my experience, that's what it's been. It's a space or a locker. Here, it's more likely to be a space that you can use for cosplay rather than like a specific locker. And so it's not locked away, but there's like a person at the desk you have to get past to get to your stuff. So it's not really a locker as much of as a space. But like if you have luggage with you, or maybe you want to get dressed into the costume while you're at the convention and stuff like that, they have space for that there. Can you talk me to sleep? Oh, bless you. That's very kind of you. I hope you managed to get some good sleep. basically you have lockers in the building, and basically you hire it, you're able to put your stuff in it. Yeah, I figured it was probably a similar system. Like for us, we don't have physical lockers, but there's like a space with somebody guarding it basically, and you can put your stuff in that space. They give you like a little tag or something, and then you can go collect it later. It is really handy. A lot of people travel for conventions, so say if you have all your luggage with you because you're leaving that day, you could just put it there and then come collect it later. I've definitely done that once or twice when I would stay less long at conventions or so. Do you want to not do that? Oh god, that's a big knot, huh? Right on the last one as well. That's a shame. I'm trying to pull it through, but I don't think I can. So what I'll do is a little cosplay trick, which is I'll take this and sew it as far away as possible and hide it underneath. And then do it again by going through here. So if I trimmed it there, I'd have a really awkward thread piece, which I definitely don't want to have. Instead, I pull the thread in really, really close and tie it in again at the other side. Luckily, this is just long enough for the knot that I just got. So the knot is still underneath there, but it's completely hidden now. We've done this a few times. Luckily, we haven't had too many knots today. And I haven't had too many knots while sewing in my own time either, which has been really good. But it does happen, and when it happens, just having a way of dealing with it's really handy. The reason it's knotting, I think, is because this thread is very twisted. I'll untwist it before resewing it. But yeah, it disappears now. It's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world, and all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue, like him. Inside and outside, blue his house with a blue little window side. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Go for him and himself and everybody around, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. Yeah, I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, 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 dabba dee dabba die. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, 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 dabba dee dabba die. Thank you for the blue. Oh dear. Right, we have a cosplay lounge, there's sewing kits and areas to do quick fixes and change and glue guns. We have that, but for some reason it's always separate from where you can store your stuff. So we have it in a completely different place. I don't know why they're always so far apart, but they always are. They're never together, and it doesn't really make any sense. It makes more sense to have those kind of areas next to each other, at least in my mind, but they very rarely are from my experience. Oh dear. I finally had enough, so it's a must. Yeah, we're actually musicians here too. Oh, ho, 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 ho. We every Christmas Eve we make a remix out of using only my voice. So like my voice is drums, my voice is bass, my voice is vocals, and the catch is that I cannot sing and I am basically tone deaf. But it's always a fun stream, you know? Fun stream. Good for Christmas Eve. Oh dear. There we go. Oh, put that under there. Oh heck! Spinny! Thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome to Sparkles and Sequin Day. Mainly bias tape, but other things too. Sewing the bias tape in with sequins. Because nothing can get sewn into. This is what I mean when I said like the majority of this costume is hand stitched. Like, you know, have we done some parts not hand stitched? Yeah. They're all structural and you won't really see any of them. Any of the stitching that you see is hand stitched. Which is why this costume has taken such a long time. Because I want to add sequins and I want to add beads, but to do that I have to, you know, hand stitch it. But I'd say it's been worth it. Even though it's taken a lot more time than I'd normally spend on one costume. Yeah, it's nice and it's very sparkly. When all of these sequins hit the light, it literally looks like just rows of metal around the outside of them. It's very cool. It probably helps that the fabric itself is also shiny. But yeah, I love the sequin hitting the light kind of look. Alright, so what we do have to do is also fold some bias tape around the back. I'm very torn. Do I want to have it around the back of the costume? Not really. If I have it on the back of the costume, it's almost like admitting it should also be on the back, but I don't really want that. Helly, I should let you choose, okay? I'm assuming you're talking to me. Could be someone else. Snatch styling stuff and runs. Exactly. Listen, I couldn't even blame you. That's my response too. I see the shiny stuff, I take the shiny stuff. It's why craft stores are so dangerous, because there's so much shiny and sparkly stuff that I don't need, but I would like. And so I have got to have it. That's my shiny stuff now. Okay, get that back in there. And we'll tie through this side. And then... should I have it on the other side? I would need 1, 2... I'd only need 4 more. Maybe I should, because then that would give me a reason to cut up another full strip for bias tape as well. Because currently I need 6. I would need 10. Might be worth it. Might be worth it. Choose another season. 1 to 13 if you go with the classic, or 4 to 6 if you want all stars. That drive by the way. I would say season 7. Because 7 is one of my lucky numbers. Guess what I bought yesterday? Bruna, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did you buy sequins? It's always a good day if you can buy sequins. Ah, dear. Right. I don't know. Maybe I should have it on the other side as well. Oh, it's difficult. It's difficult to decide this kind of stuff. Cheese strings! Heck yeah. I'll take the blame for you buying fake cheese. Any day. Did you enjoy your cheese strings? I was playing Red Dead roleplay when I was playing a character who was obsessed by shiny stuff and tried to steal shiny door handles. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I can imagine that working pretty well in Red Dead, to be fair. Season 7 it is. Yeah, no, if I watched all seasons, I really don't have anything to watch at the moment, so I'm going to rewatch a season. Heck yeah, I hope season 7's a good one. I've only seen highlights and clips of Drag Race, so I don't really remember if 7's a good one. But I hope that it is, so that you can enjoy your viewing experience. And then get that in there. The other thing is going to be, do I want it to like bounce off the costume a little bit? Probably not. Probably not, but I could. Okay, get that in there. I think they're flat in the picture, so I'll do them flat. I'll be good. I won't improvise so much. So, that goes in there. Like that. And that looks pretty even, actually. So, it goes around the edge. Does it feel a bit pointless? Yes. But that's okay. That's okay. I'll probably end up doing them on the other side now as well. Now that I've had a good think about it. You can see these from the back, so if you can see them from the back, I should probably have them on the back as well. I've already put this many hours into the costume. Why would I skimp here? No reason to. Ah, dear. Not yet. You've had too much other food. Well, that doesn't sound like a bad problem to have. That sounds pretty good, honestly. Too much other food? Oh, no. What a hecking shame. I hope your other food was good as well. I already know the cheese strings will be, you know, top tier, but I hope the other food you had that wasn't cheese strings is all right. Let me look. Heck yeah. If not, I can give you another number. If that season's a bad one. Oh yeah. Heck. Jason, for 25 months? Jesus Christ, Jason. Jason! That's very kind of you, though. Thank you so much. You adore this season. Heck yeah. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, good. Lucky number 7. That's what they say. If ever you have to pick a number, think of the number 7. Or at least that's what they said to me. Think of the number 7. Oh. Oh dear. That was unintentional. Get that pulled back through. Hey, sat there you go. I don't know how I managed that. Normally I have no grip, but apparently today I have so much grip. So what I'm doing is I'm sewing through both sides at once, so I'm sewing through the back and the front at the same time. There's not really any reason for this other than saving thread, but, you know, that's all good. I'm happy to save some thread. Oh dear. You just finished dinner? Heck yeah. Was that a mistake? I would understand that was a mistake. That's a very long time to subscribe for. Understandably could be a mistake. Like, oops. I meant to unsubscribe. Oh. But, sorry, I'm losing my needle. Needle, please. There you go. Please, needle. We need to work together here. There we go. There are more queens in the season that I like. Heck yeah, I'm glad. Where's your invite? What, to dinner? Well, that's true, actually. You did say that you needed dinner before holding hands. You know, this time, actually, Robert has a fair point. They were expecting dinner before the hand holding. Which you can't do on Twitch, very lewd, but... Okay. Not exactly where I wanted it to go, but I can live with it. Put that through there. Let's take that out there too. Ah, dear. Sorry, so my family trying to get a recipe I haven't tried for, but I don't want to poison anyone important. Ah. So you're practicing making it for Grobbit then. See, that's nice, Grobbit. They don't want to poison you. It's nice. I do the same, to be fair. If I'm inviting somebody over for dinner, I'll like make the dish first and then do it again when they come over, just in case. Even if it's a dish that I'm really used to making, I'm like, no, I have to practice first, at least one time. I'm pretty confident in cooking. I don't have like the biggest array of foods that I make, but I feel pretty happy with the foods that I do. Yeah, I will practice. I will eat a ridiculous amount of the same food in a row if I have to. Okay, get that through. There. As you can probably see, it's more of a pain to have to sew through both sides, but saving the thread, you know? Ah, dear. I'm trying to want to... You cook? It was cassia e pepe with pasta made from scratch. You made the pasta from scratch? Whoa, whoa, that's some fine dining stuff right there. Very heckin' cool, Jason. Very heckin' cool. Pasta from scratch. Well, I'll be... There we go. Get that over there. Ah, dear. This is Cassia Pepe is so delicious and so simple. Heck yeah. So it's like a good first date food then. Like if you're inviting someone to your house for food, that would be a really good one. You love it. Heck yeah. Oh wait, how do I not know what this is? Pepper and cheese. Oh wait, is it like... I think I do know which one this one is actually. Only ginger. I adore her season. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I can't with Italian pasta being so good, but nothing... with nothing but hecking pasta water. The water is OP. That's just how it is. Okay, that's gone backwards. That's okay. We'll live. We'll live. There you go. And get that over the top there. Have it go in this side. And then we'll tie it off on this side. And then we've done a good job on a slightly more difficult part. Well done, us. Heck yeah. How do people make this up? Oh dear, I only made pasta from scratch from cooking for people I care about, which I have done in years. It's like fancy. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna love it. Mac and cheese is one of my favorite meals. That's like proper comfort food right there. Heck yeah, I'd love it. I ruined it by nearly ruined the pepper, aka 1/3. Oh god. Oh no. But you didn't ruin it though, so it's okay, right? The pasta is okay, right? Oh. There we go. Another one. Another one. Oh. Oh dear. I don't think I've ever made pasta from scratch. Then again, I'm not like the biggest pasta eater in the world. We've always had more noodles, but I don't think I've ever made it from scratch. Ever. I've watched people make it from scratch, and it always looks kind of worrying, nerve-wracking. You didn't make it in school? No. Making anything from scratch in school? How about box cake, boxed bread? I think we learned how to cut something up once for like a fruit salad. Fruit salad, that was the other thing we made. Fruit salad. Yeah, it was something. Fruit salad is literally cut up fruit, put in a bowl. And yeah, we learned how to make that in school. And box bread and box cake. Oh, I think we might have made flapjacks as well, and I think that might have been the most technically difficult thing that we made while I was at school. Except for the you know, one where we could pick what we wanted to do, and I chose curry. Other than that, I think flapjack was the hardest thing. Box bread, yeah. So basically, George, it's bread mix in a box, and you just put some water in it, and then cook it, and it's bread. Cake mix is the same. It's cake mix in a box, you add an egg, and you cook it. And it's, yeah. It's not exactly the most difficult thing to make, which is good. It's made to be simple, right? But, like, it's very simple. It doesn't exactly teach cooking in my mind. It teaches how to make box products, like a ready meal, basically. Oh, dear. 3 a.m. for me. Oh, bless you, that's very late. Evil, thank you so much for popping by. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening. Get some good sleep. You don't have technology in this village. You don't even taught you basic cooking. Well, I was taught basic cooking by my family, but no, not from school. Absolutely not. Oh, dear. Egg. There is egg. Oh, dear. Right. Hopefully I have enough thread for this. I think I do. I'll take a bit of a risk, but that's okay. Oh, thank you for the egg. I thought you meant like a loaf of bread comes in a box and not. Oh no. Like you can get tinned bread, right? Though I feel like it's not impossible. I think I've heard of tinned bread. Not that I've ever had tinned bread, but I'm pretty sure that I've heard of it. Okay, I'm going to move the back piece a little bit because it is being awkward and not sitting in the same place. I need you to sit in the same place, please. There you go. That's better. Put egg in cake. You must consume the Lord. God, that does sound like some cult stuff, huh? When you put it like that, that does sound vaguely cultish. But we don't worship the egg, though. We hate the egg. The egg dies. The egg is, you know, we smash the egg. We don't like the egg. I've heard of tin burgers and tin pies. I've heard of tin pies. I hadn't heard of tin burgers. But thinking about it, I can kind of, yeah, I can see that. It's just a tin meat, isn't it? Yeah, I can see it. Not that I've ever had that myself. We had a lot of tinned fruit growing up. That was one thing we'd have a lot. Eat some nice tinned fruit. Like peaches or pineapple rings and stuff like that. That was quite common. Egg is the Lord and to be feared. Feared? Feared. No, I refuse to fear egg. Absolutely not. Egg is the devil. Devil's egg. Do I want to take the pin out? Maybe. I'll do one more and then I'll take the pin out. There you go. Very nice. Very nice. Oh dear. The bun included! Oh yeah, no, I've not heard of that before. That confused me a little bit. Like, wouldn't the bread... Kind of gross, but wouldn't the bread get soggy because of like meat juices? No, oh god, I don't feel the egg without the egg's consent, true. Listen, we may hate the egg, but consent is important. Oh dear. The idea of the meat being next to the bun in the tin, kind of, I don't know. Maybe I'm being picky about it. That seems weird to me. I don't want to come across as picky, but that seems weird to me. Like, I can understand bread being in a tin, and I can understand burger being in a tin. But having them together in the tin... I don't know. Something about that just feels, like, dramatically wrong. Very wrong. I would like to try tinned bread at some point, though. I do like a lot of stuff from tins. Tinned fish I like a lot. I've always liked tinned fish, though. And get that flipped over. There you go. I'll take the pin out now because I'm catching myself and it hurts. I don't want to be caught by the pin anymore. And then I said I wasn't going to do 2 there, but listen. I think after a certain amount of time, you spend so much time on one costume that you're like, I'll do anything. Anything so that I don't regret, you know, not doing something. If it was a smaller costume, I wouldn't bother, but at this point, I'm too deep. I'm too deep. There we go. In there. I wonder if you can get tinned egg. Actually, you probably can, because you can get, like, pickled eggs, right? So I'm sure you could just get pickled eggs in a tin. Pickled eggs, I don't mind them, they're alright. They're probably one of my lesser favourite pickled items. I would still eat it happily. However, I think comparatively to, like, gherkins, pickled onions, pickled fish, like, it's just a little bit less exciting. It's okay. I think also because there are other ways I prefer to have my eggs, it probably pushes it down the list a little bit, the pickled stuff. Could you get... I guess there's really no reason to tin an egg for the most part though, because eggs already have a protective skin around them. So tinning it seems a little bit redundant. Also, I need more sequins already. God damn it. I do have another pot of sequin somewhere. I'll go grab those in a second. Do not worry. I have not run low on sequins yet. I have many options for my sequining at this point. Okay, get that through that. There you go. And I'll need 1 more on this side. This side might need 2 more. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's get a few out. No. I actually prefer the stitching on this one, I think, to the other side. I don't quite know what I've done. It just looks a bit better. I don't think you'll be able to tell, to be honest, because it's like, it's neat enough, it's a straight line on both sides, but I don't know, something about this one just looks a little better to me. Do I need another one on this side? It's kind of looking like no, but I'm going to add one anyway. One more on this side. Oh, and it's the last one. Good, perfect. See, it was meant to be. And get that in there. And then we just need to sew those around the top. They stay nice and flat. And then on that side too. And then let's tie it off. We are zooming, honestly. The last few streams, whatever work we've been doing has been going so quick. I think because sequining does feel like one of those jobs that actually I can do quicker off stream, but it doesn't feel like I'm going quicker off stream. Whereas when I'm on stream, it feels like I'm going very, very, very quickly. Even though I probably am technically going slower. It's just nice to have company while you do it. Okay. Silly extra details, but I like them. They make me happy, and the shine of it in general makes me very happy. Like, look at that. Look how sparkly. We still need to do the lines of beads down this one and this one. I've done some like very faint white lines, so I could do that, but I think I'll just focus on bias tape today and come back to that another time. Get as much bias done as possible, I think. Good to focus your attention on one thing at a time when there's so much to do. In hindsight then, I could have actually gone through both sides of this at once. I don't think that would have been a good idea. But physically I could have done that. I could have just sewn through the top and then sewn through the bottom at the same time and just attached 2 pieces at once. And I would have used less thread, but it would have been really difficult. Lining those up would be a pain in the ass. Oh, I'm kind of glad I didn't. Aw, thank you, George. Honestly, everyone's been so sweet. I remember apologizing a lot during the beginning of this costume because I was like, I'm really sorry. This is a really selfish costume. I just really, really want to make this one. And everyone's been so, like, really supportive of it and really, really sweet. It's been really, really nice because it's definitely like a passion project for me rather than like something that I can really do a lot of teaching for or anything like that. Like it's difficult for me to take too much out of this and be like, apply it to your own work, because a lot of the stuff I've done for this costume I wouldn't necessarily recommend unless you had to, because it takes so long, right? But it's been really nice. Oh, you're gonna crash. Oh, you're fine. You're gonna risk the con? Good luck. I hope you have a really good time, Kiwi. I hope it goes really well. I'm sure that it will, to be honest. I'm sure you'll have a great time. And then I hope you don't get sick after. But I wish you good con goings. Ah, dear. Good night, yeah. Heck yeah. Guys, I think I need a snack. I've got some biscuits, so I'm gonna have a quick snack, I think, on one of my biscuits. Sad I can't buy the cheeseburger in a can. It's all sold out. It's that popular. Maybe it's better than I'm thinking it is. Like, in my mind, it would be like a last resort, maybe for like camping or something like that. I can't imagine eating it for fun, but maybe that's just me being ignorant again. Like, maybe this is just a really good, like, product for having around the house. We often have a lot of tin products in the house. I can't say I've had a tin burger, but we do have a lot of stuff. Mainly fish, honestly. Fish in a tin. I was gonna say an apocalypse. You know, camping, an apocalypse. Close enough. One of the reviews you once said it was terrible. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, maybe not quite so good. I wonder why it's sold out. Maybe people are just curious. Also, I'm just gonna quickly run to the other side of the room to grab some more sequins because I'm nearly out of this pot and I don't want to run out mid-stitch. Oh! Sorry. I nudged the camera cord with my headphones. My bad. Right. Where have I put them? There they are. I've got so many of these at this point, like... Another one. Oh yeah. So when I run out of this one. Nice. Oh dear. Oh, Dawn, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I did see tinned bread. Yeah, tinned bread I've seen. Not outside of Amazon or online delivery, but I've seen it before. Physically, I've seen a way to purchase tinned bread. Tinned burger is completely new to me. But tinned bread, I have some mild experience with, of having at least seen it. There we go. Oh, I said I was going to have a snack and I didn't. I'll do that now. So it's a gourmet dinner when you cook for me, please. You could go one of two ways, Robert. You could get a gourmet dinner, or you could get like a Heston Blumenthal style feast where everything's in a tin. And you won't know until you get there. Oh, dear. Sadly, it won't be tinned burger. Yeah, that is honestly one of the saddest things I've heard today. Just, no, I can't believe it's out of stock. I don't know if this will cheer you up a lot, but do you want to see some stupid sequins? let me get you on the face cam so I can kind of show it to you on a finger. Oh, come on, stick to my finger, please. Look at this sequin. Do you see it? Do you see it? I've also got fluff stuck to my finger. Please excuse the fluff. There we go. Like, look at the shape of that. Look where the hole is. Like, what is this? I got so many sequins like this as well. Like, they keep cutting them like this. One of my sequins was cut like this, which I think that's an offcut. I'm going to assume that's an offcut. I've had a few. Yeah, this one was a pretty good one. There's like a little spike. Look at that one. What kind of sequin is that? Oh dear, they're pretty good. I like them. They're silly. You don't trust meat in a can. I want to go cheap. Grains and vegetables are affordable and delicious. Oh, it's true. Sorry, Zay. My bad. Another one. Every now and again, they're just attached to other sequins normally. You get these really weird ones. They're just cut out weird. There we go. I've been keeping them all to one side so I can look at them sometimes and I'm like, those are weird sequins. Yep. It's just like one of those things you do when crafting which don't really make a lot of sense. But like, why not keep them and just look at them sometimes? Also, do you want to not that much? Jesus Christ, fabric. That's very intense. That's a very large knot that you've made from seemingly nothing. If I have to restart this, I will. I will cut you and put you in the bin rather than use you like this. That's what I thought. It's the first stitch. I've got nothing to lose. Don't test me. Okay. Try and get some of that curl out of it because it will just cause it to knot again and again and again. Not ideal. No, I don't want that. Alright, let's get through this. So I haven't gone through the other side, or if I have, that it's invisible. This goes a bit quicker because it's only on one side. Although I don't want this side to go through the other side, I don't have to worry about putting sequins on the other side. It's a little bit speedier. There we go. I have to do that to the other row of red as well. I will eventually have to come back and do it to the front row of red too. But I figured we'd just get done what we're ready with. I could start sequining some more of the smaller red ones, to be fair, but again, I kind of want to stay focused on one thing at a time to get some stuff actually finished. Because like even these technically aren't finished, which I should have done before. Oops. Alright, we'll manage. I haven't sewn up the sides yet. It's not like a really, really big detail, but it's kind of important for the longevity of the costume. So just keeping those edges nice and closed. You can't see it ever, but it bends sequins together so that the edge of any piece that has been sequined is like very flat. And it just means it's less likely to catch on things. And I intended to do that before sewing these on. But it's okay. I can still do it. I just have to do it underneath. Fact is, these sequins won't be affected by that anyway because you can't see them. Sad I can't find tin burgers on Amazon. I'm surprised you can't find tin burgers on Amazon, truthfully. So I feel like all of that kind of like unusual tinned food is on there normally. But hey, like you said, you know, sold out, popular. People maybe getting ready for an apocalypse. Who knows? Oh. Meanwhile, I'll be over here making tin foil clothing, basically. It's not tin foil, it's lame. It's much nicer than tin foil. There we go. And one more. That one sequin, it's kind of a thick one, that's okay. You know what? I'll still use you, that's fine. As long as you're just one sequin, I don't care. No one can tell the thickness of one sequins once it's finished. There are definitely areas where I've sewn two sequins in at once as well. You can't see it, but I've done it. I've made those mistakes, they're in here. You'd have to really search for them, and even then I think you'd probably struggle to find them, but, you know. I probably shouldn't actually say any of this while I'm live, because for anyone who's not aware, we want to enter TwitchCon Amsterdam. So TwitchCon Amsterdam's cosplay competition specifically, we've already entered and we're just waiting at this point, but because it's on Twitch, everyone live streams a lot of their making process, right? Which means the judges can actually come in to your live streams and listen to you talk about your costume. Which means if you're constantly pointing out mistakes in the costume, the judges can then, if you get in, look for them. Which I keep forgetting that I probably shouldn't be doing that. Because I'm basically just telling everyone these are the parts to look out for. Like telling everyone that there's pasta sauce on the costume somewhere. I'm pretty confident you won't find it, but there is like a very small, like 1 penny piece size pasta sauce stain. From when I was eating pasta bake just a little bit too close to my work. Oh no. That's why I'll say this costume is it's not made of blood, sweat and tears, because I've really enjoyed making this costume, and I've been going at my own pace. But it is made of spit, hair, and pasta sauce. I would say be more accurate for this one. A lot of spit, a lot of hair, a lot of pasta sauce. Pasta sauce stain. You'll never find it. Don't worry, George. Even if you look, I don't think you'll find it. Especially not when I'm wearing it. Oh, bye, sequin. I'll grab you in a second. Yeah, I think, especially when I'm wearing it, I think it'll be really, really difficult to see. So, I'm counting on that there's pasta sauce in my costume. But I don't think anyone will be able to spot it. I think it'll be a nice secretive pasta sauce patch that I know about and nobody else knows about. Ooh. There we go. To there. So I have to make sure I'm not leaning forward too much, because I will just lean straight over the costume. That's no good. You can't see what I'm doing. It's so tempting. Right, through that. I'm gonna take the pin out already, bit early, but I don't want to get caught on the pin with my thread. Go. I will say I'm kind of glad we did this on the back. Now that I'm thinking about it, it would have felt like a mistake not to do it. It's not like I'm in massive rush. Even if I do get into TwitchCon, I still have like a month. And the only thing that I need to finish is the wings. I can make the, what do you call it? This trident if I have time, which, to be honest, I think I will. I think I'll have time for the trident. The cape is the only one I'm really up in the air about. Not only because of time, but also because I don't know if I want it. But, yeah. We've been really chill through basically the whole crafting of this. Like, there's been no real rush, no real crunching, nothing. I've just been taking my goddamn time constantly, which is not normally how you see people make costume competition cosplays. Normally it's like a mad dash to get it finished. We might still get to that point. If we get in, maybe, I suppose. But I feel like very relaxed and very slow. I kind of feel like a cheat of a cosplayer, right? Because con crunching and stuff like that is such a big part of cosplay, but it's not been like that for us. It's just been do. No capes, yeah. Everyone's been saying that, and I'm very up in the air for basically the same reasons as what happens in The Incredibles, right? A bit less dramatic, but it's basically the same thing. People will step on your cape, and your cape will pick up all the dirt on a convention floor. So, I don't know if I want to go, like, have that happen, honestly. If I did do a cape, it'd have to be able to be hoisted up off the floor, I think. I don't know how I would manage that, but it would have to, it'd be some sort of, like, clip system, I think. Because having it drag along the floor, I've had costumes that have dragged along the floor before, and it's a nightmare. They get so dirty, and then you just have this, like, dirty thing dragging behind you, and it's like, no, that's not what I want. I want to look pristine in my cosplay. I don't want to look like I'm dragging, like, a dirty cloth behind me. That's not it. That's not what I want. Ah, oh, dear. Moriku, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Hello, hello. Welcome to... Look at all these tiny little pieces of bias tape. They're teeny tiny. And we're sewing them in for decoration rather than anything structural, which, honestly, that's par for the course here at this point. When was the last time we used bias tape as anything structural? I don't know. I don't even remember if we have. I think nearly 99% of the time, it's decorative. I just do decorative bias tape. Really not how it's meant to be used, but that's okay. It works well. Okay, get that through there. And under there. Tie that in a nice little knot. And then sew it back through the costume. There you go. Nice. Right, one more to attach to this side. That's what it looks like on the other side. We've already attached those ones. But yeah, just gotta get the same thing going on this side. And then we can move on to the other one. These have come along pretty quickly, honestly. I can't complain too much. I feel like it's been going pretty well. And honestly, I like this kind of job, so I really can't complain that much. Because I'm having a good time, and it's going quickly. It's like, I'm wondering if I should bead up these, but then I'm getting distracted by doing another job, which I really shouldn't be. I need to focus on the one job at a time. But it's very tempting. It's very tempting to abandon the bias tape and just bead up those, because once I bead up the center, these pieces will be finished, right? And it's always tempted to push for that, like, finishing something during stream. I think I should keep doing the bias tape. I think that's more responsible. Ah, dear. They do look good though. I'm looking forward to adding all of these to the dress. When I add them to the dress, I probably won't, because I don't think they look that shiny around them, do they? 2 seconds, I'll just have a quick look. No, I'm curious. Yes, so the ones on the dress, it's got the same kind of thing where you can see these little purple bits, but they don't look shiny. They don't look like they have any sparkle to them. Maybe I'll add a run of beads over them, but I don't Not sequins. I don't think it would be the right place for sequins here. I think that would look a little bit out of place, to be honest. Like, they kind of look... How to put it? They kind of look good as they are. I don't know. I think just having those plain and then having anything on the wings be a bit more sparkly makes more sense. Because the wings stand out a lot more from the costume, so... Yeah, we'll do it like that, I think. And... pin this in again. And... doesn't matter if I pin the whole way through. And then on this side... pin that up there. Right! Last one for this side. So yeah, that's gonna look. I think it hangs this way down, if memory serves. But, oh, it's gonna look so cool. It looks very odd, but it does kind of look like those pieces of bias tape are holding it together. Like a little bit. Maybe not completely, because of course it's sewn the whole way down, but like, they kind of look structural. Thing is, if I'd only done the bias tape, these would be falling all over the place. There is no way, with the materials that I've used, that I could have got away with only using bias tape and not stitching them up. But it's okay, because it gave me an opportunity to do like a really pretty ladder stitch behind the wing. So if somebody asks how many stitch types I've used, another one. I mean, that's more in reference to like how cosplay competitions tend to go. Like, I was reading about this the other day, and it's very true. Cosplay competitions are judged additively, basically. So rather than taking away points for something not being done well, they'll add points for things being done well and more skills used. And it's really useful to have that kind of information going into a cosplay competition, because basically, you might have done 3 skills really, really well, right? But then if somebody else has done 4 skills really, really well, they'll win. So being able to break down your costume into lots of skills and like things you've used, and that could also be things like the stitch types you've done. Like, you can put that you've done hand stitching on it, and that sounds good. But if you say, I've done hand stitching, these are the 5 different types of hand stitch I did. I also did beading and sequining on top of those types of hand stitch. You've added like 8 skills rather than 1. I mean, a lot of it does come to how you talk about your own costume. It definitely takes a bit of getting used to it in a costume competition kind of setting, but really useful stuff to know so that you don't undersell your costume by accident, because maybe you've done some really complicated stitch types, right? Maybe you've done hand stitching and you've done sequining, but then you've also done like embroidery and you've done like different types of embroidery stitches as well. Just list them out quickly. Just be like, yeah, oh yeah, I did like a hoop stitch, I did satin stitch, I did this, because it will add on to having done more points. It does depend where you're getting judged, because some places will say like, you've done embroidery and that's 1 point, right? But some places, it could be the difference between placing and not placing if you say those kind of things. So definitely worth it. Break your costume down into all the skills you've done. So for instance, if I was to break down this piece of my costume, this one piece, I would say I did pattern making, because I made the patterns for these. I ironed my edges, I ironed into shapes as well. I made my own bias tape. I did all of my own sequining and all of my own beading. I did several stitch types when it came to the different stitches between the beading and the ladder stitch down the back. And do you see how you can kind of add on skills like that? I could even add in that I was using and working with lame, which is a very difficult material to work with, and so I had to line it to use it properly. And then that might even count as another skill. Rather than brushing over it as just another part of the costume, break it down into all the things you've done and like really go into it. Because for some people, they won't have made their own patterns. Some people might not have made their own bias tape. And if you don't say it, it might seem like a little thing, but if you don't say it, they won't know. And so maybe the competitor next to you, oh god, this is intense music for this. Maybe the competitor next to you will have used bias tape in a very similar way, but you made yours and you've said you've made yours. Maybe you both made your own bias tape, but you specifically said that you made it and they didn't. And it can come down to little things like that. So a good way of managing it is to like literally write down everything. Like write down all those skills that you've used. Write down the methods so that you, especially with a big costume, that you don't forget any. And then you can always give that as part of a design document, which I would recommend making if you're going into a big competition. So like a design document is basically like your making process of the costume with lots and lots of pictures, maybe some explanations of some of the more complicated parts, and it helps you list all the skills you've used in a nice, concise way, because when you go and get judged, you'll only have a certain amount of time. Could be 5 minutes, could be 20 minutes. Difficult to say because it is different everywhere, but you'll only have a set amount of time to actually talk through your costume. So if you have a nice design document that you can just hand over or send to them, or print out, whichever, then it can help you explain some of the more intricate parts of your costume without you having to worry about missing any on the day. I would recommend. I think basically for TwitchCon, everyone is making a design document. That's how common it is. You will not be the only person making one. I think everyone is making one. Because we've all done really complicated costumes, which include a lot of skills, which may be difficult to talk about on the day. But by having the design document, you can show it. Very, very useful. It also helps prove that you did a lot of work. I mean, I don't think anyone will try and call you out for not doing a lot of work at a cosplay competition. That would be kind of unusual and a bit unprofessional. But having the images there, it does prove that you were the one who did all the work. Especially since the majority of cosplay competitions you enter as an individual, so you can't really have too much help from other people. It's like the reason I don't commission pieces for cosplay competitions. Yeah. Intense music, heck yeah. Sunkoi! How are you doing? Welcome on in. Look at all my tiny bias tapes. I'm making lots and lots of bias tapes, but they're all really small. Look at all my small, teeny tiny bias tapes. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. We're talking a little bit about useful things to know when entering a cosplay competition. If you have anything you would like to add, you would be more than welcome to. So we've just mentioned making a design document, so a cosplay design document to go, whether it's like you print, whether it's like you send, or whether it's something you physically make, just to have like a lot of the making images and like explaining some of the details, which might be difficult to get into on the day, so that you can say everything that you've done about the costume. We've also talked about breaking things down into all of the individual skills used, so it sounds like you've done a lot of individual skills. So rather than saying like, I made the scales on the wings, I patterned the scales on the wings, I lined everything because I'm using lame, which is a really complicated fabric, I made my own bias tape. Not only did I stitch in all of my own beading and sequining, but I also used ladder stitch as well as some different types of straight stitch. So I did a lot of different types of hand stitching on this, and I made them double-sided so that you can't see half of the structural stitches on the back. Oh, sorry, on the front. So, you know, you could just say that you made it, or you could write down every single skill you used to make it, because who knows, maybe somebody else will not have done that. I did an in-person contest very last minute, so I had zero comp prep. Yeah, I've done that before too. I have also entered last minute, and don't get me wrong, it was really, really fun. I maybe didn't feel as prepared as I'd like, but like, it was still hecking fun. I mean, a lot of conventions will let you enter on the day, especially for things like masquerades. Oh yeah, I think Crown Championships and TwitchCon are the two that I have entered that did not let you do that. You have to do stuff before. But those are also like the only type of ones I'd normally bother making a design document for, because it's a very stiff competition, right? So, yeah. Oh dear, I know Amazonia made a design document for their one for Crown Championships, and that's like a good example of a really good design document with plenty of imaging. And like, yeah, look, it's very concise, but it also shows a lot of hard work. Turned out pretty well. Best craftsmanship, heck yeah, Sunkoi! Oh, very nice. That's always a really nice one to win, because it's always like a nod to your hard work. Best craftsmanship is a lovely, lovely award. I love it when cons have those kind of ones, where it's like, for whatever reason, like, we can't put you in, like, the winning spot. However, we do want to make a good nod to the craftsmanship you've done in this costume. It's a nice one. I hope more cons start to include that one, because sometimes there is a costume that just uses more skills or something like that will end up winning. But having like, yes, but the work that you've done, chef's kiss, beautiful. It's nice. Love to make a build book. Yeah, I need to get on my build book. I have lots of photos, thankfully, because every time I go live, or I'm going to go live that day, I post on Twitter a picture of like where we're at with a certain piece. So like, if I scroll, I'm sure I'll be able to see it. But yeah, like for instance, I've got my red scales with sequins, but then early in the week I had just the red scales. I've got the armor pieces, and then I was away for that week. Face mask, headpiece, detail shots, arms. Yeah, so I have like the whole thing documented pretty well. I just have to go through my Twitter and save all of them because they're on my Twitter, but they're not necessarily saved anywhere. But I can do that. Yeah, Amazonians is really good. It is like a really good example of like a really in-depth, proper build book with good photos. If I can do something half as good as that, I will be proud. Oh dear, I think I'll be, oh sorry, you have to excuse me. My finger's falling apart again. I think I'll be pretty good as far as having the photos. It's going to be the write-up that I struggle with, and I always struggle with write-ups. I am not very eloquent, and writing and typing is not something that I'm super good at. But I've got plenty of photos, so I'm hoping to lean on that a bit more for most things. And then write explanations here and there, and maybe just bullet point the places that it really relates to, rather than writing full explanations a lot of the time, because I'm just not very good at it. I wish I was, and I would like to get better at it, but it's not my skill. Also, Cthulhu, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We're doing lots of stuff with teeny tiny pieces of bias tape. Look at them. Look how small they are. So small. Very cute. Oh, have a good brr. You're all good. You're all good. Oh dear. Yeah, Sunkoi, for anyone who's interested, is another cosplayer who, again, we're still waiting to hear back what's going on, but they did enter TwitchCon. So if you're looking for other cosplayers for your cosplay fix, Sunkoi, they're really heckin' sweet bean. They've been doing a lot more SFX stuff over there recently, so, you know, if maybe sewing is not so much your thing, but SFX is, maybe check out Sunkoi, so you can get your fill of SFX cosplay style stuff. That's one thing TwitchCon cosplay is really good for. Like, meeting other cosplayers. I already knew Sunkoi. We'd already chatted before, but like there's a lot of people that I hadn't met before, who maybe because they predominantly stream in a different language or something like that. So I just hadn't really come across them. They hadn't popped until I recommended. And you meet so many cosplayers during this period of time on Twitch, and it's happening again at the moment because people are making their cosplays for San Diego TwitchCon now. So it's like, just because the entry period for Amsterdam's over doesn't mean that the cosplaying has stopped, because everything's now happening for San Diego. So it's really heckin' cool. Also, there you go. Very nice. Oh dear. Right, we need to do the same thing on the other side now. Oh, it looks so cool. It looks so cool. Again, just a reference of like what this is meant to be for anyone just popping in. I need this and this. So it's the back wing specifically. I need to do the front one still. This one will be one layer of this. So that right there is what this is. I'm pretty happy with that, honestly. Like, that looks, from my perspective, pretty spot on. Yeah. And we managed to do it with sparkles rather than with bias tape around the edge, which I'm much happier with personally. Also, we can get rid of the point now. Goodbye. Oh dear, so sparkly. Heck yeah, back and heck more cosplay friends. Exactly. It's been amazing. I still need to do the gold line down the other ones. I will do it. I will do it. But for now, another one. A fresh one. It also needs to have the bias tape done. Should I quickly swap the edges first? I think I should. Oh, if I lost a pin? Oh, that's fine. It's over here. Still got a fair amount of thread on it though, so I might see if I have a spare needle. Like this one. Oh. I see. Okay. This one is very stuck. Let's just, boop. It's fine. It's very stuck, and I'm not unwinding that right now. Oh dear. How is the scaling coming along? I know you had nearly finished with the scales last time I had spoken to you, Sunkoi. Have you finished with the scales yet? Scales feel like they go on forever, right? So I am not the only person who has made a tail going into TwitchCon Amsterdam or entering TwitchCon Amsterdam. Sunkoi has also made a tail, and they have also made scales. So both me and Sunkoi have been going through the trials that is making thousands and thousands of scales. Yeah, it's something. Is that wings or part of the sleeves? It'll be part of the wings. So I've kind of got it quite zoomed in. But do you see like how it's attached to the wing there? So it's like right near the base of the wing is where those will be attached. And these are the only red parts on the entire costume. I did put red soles on my shoes just so they had something to match. But yeah, it goes into the front wing. Yeah, so there's 4 wings is how I'm doing it. I'm doing the really, really bent wing and the one that sits straight up as 2 separate ones. Other cosplayers who have done this character have done them as 1 wing each side, and it actually looks pretty good like that. But I've already done my base, and I'm making 4 wings. Yes. Scales are still going, but finally on the last segment, hell yeah! It really does feel like the scales just go on forever and ever and ever. I've been quite lucky in that, like, my scales were different enough, like for instance these are different enough for the purple ones and it's not too bad. The ones on the dress I did it at a separate time as well, so it wasn't awful. But it very quickly feels overwhelming. Yes. There we go. Let's get this shredded at the bottom. I should do this first because otherwise I will have to do it later on the other one, but it'd be easier if I did it now. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be responsible bean. Do this first. More scales may be incoming as I had plans. Oh yeah, you were gonna do more body paint style, weren't you? As well as the other SFX you're doing. You were also gonna do body painting. That's cool. I don't know if anyone else. Have I seen anyone else doing? Is Jumika doing body painting at all? I know they're doing like a mascot style costume, but I know the character they're doing would be. Well, it depends though, because if they fill it up with. That's the only person I could think that would be doing, or actually, Jumika, but also Vilena, because Vilena, I don't remember if her character has a natural skin tone or not, but then it is kind of, she could make it so that it has a natural skin tone. I don't know. Those 2 are the only other ones I can think that might do any body paint, and in both of their cases it would be pretty minimal because they have so much costume. They're both larger than life cosplayers. They have so much costume covering it. Why stop at 125 scales when you get a bunch more? My thoughts exactly, Sunkoi. Why stop when you could just never stop and just keep making scales forever? Oh, Alexa, welcome online. Welcome online. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I've been bamboozled. We are quickly just sewing up the edge of the sequins before we put the bias tape details on there. I didn't do this on the other side, but this is kind of what we're making. Like that. Like that. There we go. Do a bit of a clean. This is what they end up looking like. There are still some details that need to get added, like the beads down the center, but generally they're coming along pretty good. I'm pretty happy. Hi. Oh dear. We're happy with the progress and the speed of the progress. That's a thing with when you do sequining and beading as a big part of your costume build. It's going to take time. Like, what are you gonna do? It takes forever. There's no speeding this up. So you just have to keep going with it. I actually have a question about sewing machines since I know nothing. What is the question? And I might be able to answer. If the question is what sewing machine should I buy, I can't answer that. For several reasons. But if it's about something to do with a sewing machine, I might be able to answer it. Ah dear. Wow. Vile, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. How goes it in Vile Land? Truth. Yeah, it's difficult. We get a lot of people come in and ask what sewing machine should I buy, and it's difficult because everyone's sewing is sewing something different and for different reasons, and there are different machines for those kind of things. Not only that, different brands are popular in different countries, and so while I might recommend to buy a Genome if you live in the UK, that could be really bad advice to someone on the other side of the world where Genome parts are really scarce. So it's difficult to suggest to buy a specific machine because I can never give you that tailored experience for the country that you live in, area that you live in, stuff like that. But I can recommend things to look out for. Yes. My daughter bought a new one, and after 5 hours of use over several days, we are beginners. It started to smell of burning. Okay, so Just to clarify, is it smelling like smoke burning, or is it smelling like something like machinery heating up kind of smell? So my machine smells mildly if I use it for a long period of time because of the light bulb in it. And the light bulb's really hot next to everything that I'm doing, so it does make it smell just a little bit. I can also get like a little bit of heat from the bottom, but it's a very, very mild smell. Like you can barely smell it. If I lean in really close, then I might be able to smell it. But it's just because, you know, the machine is chugging along, and it will only normally do that after a really long sewing session. The one thing I would suggest to check is what material is it recommending you to sew through? Is it recommending lightweight material only, or is it an all fabrics including stretch and upholstery? Because if you are using a lightweight machine to do even medium weight fabrics, it will start to chug, and like that might cause it to get a bit hotter. That would be the only thing that I think of. If you look at the, bear in mind I am not a sewing machine repair person or anything like that, but if you have a little look at the like online page for the machine, just have a little look to see what it recommends the fabric usage as. See if it says lightweight only, because then if you're putting through, it's a Singer Heavy Duty. Oh yeah, that goes really fast, that one does. Only sewing light stuff right now for quilting squares, fair enough. Singer Heavy Duty should have no issue. It's one of the faster machines on the, what do you call it, household market. So that should be absolutely fine with most fabrics, and it should go fast. But the thing with the Singer Heavy Duty is it's a really fast machine. That could be why yours might be smelling a little bit more before mine, which is a slower machine. So when you look at sewing machines, you can see the speed it stitches. And some machines, like the Singer Heavy Duty, doesn't have a lot of extra bells and whistles, but it's really, really fast. And it's basically, it'll go through anything and it's really quick, which is why a lot of people like it, because if you're doing simple stitches and you just want to get them done quickly and you don't want any faff, great machine for that. But because it's really fast and it's made to go really fast, it's made to go through heavy fabrics, it probably will heat up just a little bit quicker. It's a fast bean. That's one of the fastest beans on the market. You've got a speedy bean in your house now. If it smells like burning, you could always take it to have it checked. Maybe some fabric or something, or some lint's got stuck in it, and it's like, you know, melting the lint. I would be surprised if it was the machine melting itself, to be quite honest. I think it's more likely that if it's not the light bulb and if it's not the speed of the machine, it's probably that some lint's got in it, and, you know, when you're melting lint, it will smell. You can get that cleaned out pretty easily, though. If you're experienced, you can do it yourself. There are YouTube videos as well to help you with that sort of thing, but if you're having to take apart only the top part, I'd probably recommend taking it to a professional. That is why, though, with my machines, if something gets stuck in it, I will literally take it apart. And yeah. Make sure that it doesn't stay in there, because I'm using a lot of polyesters and they will melt in your machine if they get stuck in there. So I will happily take the time to get that out if I need to. Been good, busy getting stuff painted recently. Heck yeah, I saw the purple board. It looked very nice. Nice. I'm playing Saints Row. I finally got my character to look like Yo. Yo, you got it from Yo. Oh my god, Yo's a sweet bean. I love Yo. Heck yeah. No, nothing to freak out about. We learned to take apart clear that lint. Oh, heck yeah. Good stuff. It is useful to be able to do that kind of stuff. There are some parts of my machines that I don't touch, like anything around the electronics. I don't go near that. Professional only for me. But like, if I can see there's something stuck in my machine, I'm happy to take it apart and get it out. Like, we've ended streams before because I'm like, right, I love you all, but I have to clean my machine right now because I am not having anything melt into it. Like, no. I would have been surprised, to be fair, if there had been anything really, really bad with that particular machine. I said I don't recommend specific machines, but I am aware of that one. I have used that one before. I am aware of what it does, and because it's one of the hardier machines, like, yes, it wouldn't be a good machine for me personally because of the kind of weird bells and whistles I like to add to my costumes. But as far as like for the majority of people, it's a very, very speedy machine. So if you're someone who wants to get work done quick and be able to go through anything, it's a very good option. That's the issue though, isn't it, with recommending a machine? Because like, for some people that's perfect, but for other people, that's not what they want at all. Oh dear. No melty machines, no thanks. Exactly. And like I've, for this whole project, only been using like really weak polyesters. So like if I leave, especially the lame's the big culprit, but if I left the lame in the machine, it would just melt. It would just melt and it'd be really messy. And yeah, so I've been dusting it out reasonably quick, like often. But I've also full on taken the board out before to make sure there's nothing left in there because I don't want it to melt. I had an old machine. It was an old Brother, but it was an upholstery grade Brother, just without a lot of bells and whistles. And I got some stuff stuck in that machine and it turned into like almost like lime scale. It's not lime scale, it's just melted bits. But, you know, it became like a really hard grit inside my machine. And that caused some problems. I mean, I did have that machine for like 8-9 years. I didn't get it cleaned. So it's probably partially on me. And I was also sewing through nightmarish fabrics most of the time. But I definitely learnt my lesson after that. That sounds really hard to clean too. It was. Like, when I got to the point where I noticed that it was there, it would like break off my machine, if that made sense. So like, I could break it off, but there'd still be residue of it there. And you'd almost like, I think if you wanted to get all of it off, you'd have to sand it. And that would have been the only way. And a lot of it was in very awkward places, so there's just no way that I could have done that. Again, that was my own fault though. I was sewing with nightmarish fabrics and I never cleaned the machine. So, same issue when choosing my first machine. I went to Genome, I live in England, and they had a bigger beginner section, so I chose from there. I figured I could update later when I knew what I was doing. I think going in and talking to people is a really, really good option, and it's very under-considered. Like, you don't have to buy a machine if you go in and talk to people, but it's so useful to help narrow down to what you personally would enjoy and get like a lot of use out of. Because most of the time people that work in these sewing stores sew. They have some level of experience with machines. And being able to talk to someone, be like, hi, I'm a beginner. I want to sew this, 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 and this. Maybe I also would like this. What can I get for that? And how much am I expecting to spend? And what brands? And they'll show you around and they'll give you recommendations. And it's from less biased source. And I don't want to sound like I'm ever purposefully biased. I'm not. But most people with a sewing machine will be biased towards the brands that they use. So for instance, I use Brother and Genome, and I always have. I've used a Singer very briefly, but I always use Genome and Brother, and so I'm always probably going to be slightly biased towards Genome and Brother, which is why I also would feel very guilty to give any kind of recommendation, because while these are great for where I live, in Wales, they would not be very useful on the other side of the world, as far as getting them repaired, as far as finding extra parts, and, you know, it's better to go in and talk to people that you live near and see the kind of brands they're stocking and the machines they've got and talk to people. And that's better advice than probably anything I could give. Yeah. The purple turned out nice. I got the framing done for the pegboard. Need to get some more paints to finish off the rest of the pegboard I have. Got some fun ideas to paint them. Heck yeah. Oh, it's going to be so cool, Vile. At some point, I should probably get it cleaned. Maybe, so what I'm doing, Sunkoi, once I finish this costume, I'm going to take both my machines to get them cleaned professionally. So it's going to be like, we finish the costume and my machines will go to like a little spa outing and get them both properly cleaned. So I'll take both of them, the embroidery machine and the sewing machine, and that way, once the costume is finished, they get a reward, I get the reward of having the costume finished, everyone's happy. I mean, I was researching a bunch of machines and they went to shop to actually see and try them. Yeah, it's... Of course, you could do a lot of your own research, especially if you already know what you're looking for. It definitely helps if you have a grasp of sewing machines beforehand. If you're a complete beginner, I can only give so much advice. I think talking to a professional in a store will be infinitely more helpful to you than anything that I could ever say. Because it's a personalized thing, isn't it? And they can also show you machines then and there. Because this is the thing as well, like, I love my machines, but they're not sold in stores here, at least. This one I think you can still buy online, but getting the 5100 Genome, that's a pain. Like, because it's a slightly older machine. And whereas in the stores, they'll have lots of newer models. And a lot of the time, some of the time the newer models are not so good, but some of the time they're better. So, yeah. Especially if you give the shop assistant like an idea of exactly what you're looking for, as far as like, I think the most useful information you can say is the fabrics or the clothes that you in an ideal world would like to sew, because the amount of people who I've had these conversations with in my private life where they're like, oh, I think I'll start with pillows. Not a good answer. Probably the worst answer you could give. The reason being, if you say what you're planning to start with, you will only be given a machine good enough to do what you want to do for the next few months. What you want to say is your ideal projects. Have a good think about it. Like, once you become a master tailor, what do you want to sew? Do you want to do all the curtains in your house? Do you want to maybe try reupholstering reupholstering furniture? Do you want to do baby clothes? Do you want to do coats and jackets? Like, what in an ideal world would be a list of things that you would really like to sew once you are one of the best tailors in the world, you know? And think of it like that. Don't tell them that you want to make cushions. Unless that's the only thing that you ever want to make and you're like 100% cushions only. Tell them in an ideal world what you would like to be making so that they can properly suggest to you a machine that can do that. If you're going to be making cosplays, tell them I might be sewing through unconventional materials like foams, thicker fabric, stuff like that. And that way they can advise a machine that's maybe a bit more hardy. Because if you go in and say pillows, you will be given a machine that can do pillows. One of the easiest things to sew on a machine. And then in a few months' time, when you want to graduate from pillows, your machine might not be good enough to do that, and you've wasted a lot of money. Yeah. The amount of times I've told my friends off for saying that kind of stuff, I'm like, no. Listen, this is not how you shop for a machine. You have to say what you want in an ideal word. Thank you. I have been... What do you call it? I can't tell you how many, and this might seem kind of ridiculous. We are talking about in the hundreds of times that I have helped people with sewing machines easily. And I'm very used to the kind of things people will say. I'm a beginner, I don't want anything too complicated. And also, like, budget is like a big thing as well. Like, what's your budget? If your budget is higher, even if you're a beginner, you can get some really nice quality of life things. A lot of people are really scared of computerized sewing machines or machines with a computer screen, like what I've got. There is no reason to be scared of them because they actually make your life easier. Contrary to popular opinion, a computerized screen will make your life easier. Reason being, you don't have to look in the manual every time you do a different stitch type, which is really, really common for beginners, where they'll have to reset all of their stuff every time. So like they're going from a straight stitch to a zigzag stitch. Let me manually put all of those new things in. A computerized screen sewing machine basically takes that step out for you. It will put you on the optimum settings for whatever stitch you decide to do. So I've got 100 stitches and I've never had to look at a manual for them because I just go to the stitch, maybe go to like 36, which is an unusual hem stitch. It will put me on the optimum settings as far as width, length, everything like that. The only thing I may need to change is tension. That's dependent on the fabric, really. I can also change the speed if I'm doing a more complicated one and put it straight down, but it's literally like a slider rather than having to use my foot. And it just makes that whole process a lot easier and quicker. If you're going to be doing a lot of sewing, having it with a computerized screen is such a big benefit. Oh, also, Fides, welcome on in. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Yeah, it's such a big benefit that's often overlooked because it looks complicated, when in reality, it's less complicated than a standard machine. You never have to worry about putting in like the wrong width or something like that for a different stitch type. There's no consulting the manual every single time. It's infinitely easier. And I think people see computer screen, they're like, scary, that's going to be hard. No. If you have the money to get one with a computer screen, if you have the budget to do it, I would 100% recommend it. As long as you have places in the area that can repair those kind of machines, which luckily we do here, we have a lot of them, I would 100% recommend it because it will make your sewing sessions much smoother, especially when you're learning. You don't have to learn how every single stitch goes in immediately. Well, so I'm doing well, Fries. We are doing lots of things with teeny tiny bias tapes. Look at them, they're so small. So small. But right now I'm just quickly stitching the edge so that the bias tape lies nicely over the top. Nice. Yeah, they're like tiny little chocolate bars. But it's bias tape and it's useful. Oh dear. Thing is, I could talk about sewing machines from like the beginning of stream to end of stream if I wanted to. Like, I do enjoy talking about sewing machines. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. I would never want to put someone off getting a sewing machine, but I think rather there are some things it's really useful to think about. I think so, like the ideal sewing project for you is always like, I'd say the first thing you want to think about when buying a machine. What are your ideal sewing projects? So for me, for instance, when I was starting to sew on a sewing machine, I was doing wedding dresses, I was doing ball gowns, and this was before I got a sewing machine. So I was doing that kind of stuff. So when my parents got me a sewing machine, I think it was my parents, somebody, I think it was them, got me a sewing machine. They got me one that could go through thicker fabrics because I was automatically going to need that. Now, if they'd got me a slightly cheaper machine that could not go through upholstery style fabric, I would have basically had a useless lump of plastic within months. Now you want chocolate? Well, now you have to get chocolate then. Because listen, I've got loads of these. Look at them all. I've got loads. I've got even more up here. Can you please not talk about sewing machines on the side? I know, sorry, this is my bad. So I need to be called out for this more often. It's terrible. Disgrace of a streamer. I gotta stop talking about sewing so much. I do sometimes feel like that, to be fair, though. Like, I should probably stop talking about sewing as much. Because, like, people are gonna get bored when all I talk about is sewing. There we go. Get that through there. Right, let's all stitch up that side too now. So this is completely ready. Thank you for the egg! Disciplinary egg, I appreciate it. Just thinking about telling the shop people about your dream project rather than your next project. When I got mine, I think I was very lucky. No, your next project was ambitious. I think it is the go-to. When people ask, what do you want to sew? People will say, like, what they're planning to sew right now. So you hear a lot of pillowcases, pajamas, things like that. And unless the shop person thinks to prompt you, normally you won't get a more in-depth answer than that. And it's nothing against those things. Like, oh, actually, I could keep going for a bit because I've got extra thread. It's nothing against people that do sew predominantly pajamas and stuff like that, but there will be plenty of people that will say pajamas because that's what their sewing class is saying. Like, they're currently doing pajamas at sewing class, so that's what they're going to sew. When in reality, if you actually talk to them a bit, sewing pajamas might be very much a short-term goal, and long-term, maybe they've just moved into a new house and they want to redo all of the upholstery to match, so they're going to be doing matching pillowcases with curtains and stuff like that. And then you suddenly have a whole new kettle of fish of what you need to look for in a machine. I won't tolerate productive conversation on the stream. Understandable. You stand by the right stuff, Grobit. Yes. Very good. Very good. So talk about sewing. What is this? I know it's terrible. Thank you for the egg. I needed that. Drop me back down to earth. Yeah. It also depends a lot on the shop assistant though. Some will prompt, some will not. Because you never know, I would say come up with a good list of the products that you want to do. I think because of the stream that I do, a lot of people, it's cosplay. And then they might not want to say that they make cosplay. Don't say that. So you want to make historical costumes. If you don't want to go in and say that your plans are to make cosplay, tell them that you make historical costumes or you want to make historical costumes at home. That way they'll have an idea, like the skill level you're looking to reach with this machine. So basically, some machines are very, very simple and they won't have any extra bells and whistles, and that's completely fine. But if you said something like you want to do historical costumes, a lot of people would think, they might need free motion, they might need this, they might need this. Plus, they might need a machine that has access to a lot of different foots, so a branded machine would be better for them. And it kind of immediately puts in their head a certain skill level as well as, you know, fabric, like needs. You'll have certain needs with that machine. I would say historical costumes because that, in my mind, translates best to cosplay. With cosplay, you might be sewing through things like foam. Back then, you might be sewing through very thick interfacings. It's very similar. And, yeah, it's a good way to not have to say you do cosplay if you don't want to, because a lot of people won't want to go in and say they do cosplay. And that's fair enough, especially if you're a bit newer to cosplay, or it's something that maybe you don't feel is accepted doing. Say you want to do historical costumes, and you'll get about the same response. That's what I say whenever I don't want to go into it. People ask what I do, and I'm like, I make historical costumes, and they're like, wow! And I'm like, yep, that's what I do. Historical costumes. Or I tell them I teach. Because sometimes I just don't want to get into the conversation, you know? It's worked very well for me, would recommend. Stream is very educational. It's disgusting, right? Disgusting and educational. I'm so sorry. It's never been my intention to be such an educational stream. Very bad jelly. Oh, right. Oh, it's already got a knot at the end. Hey, nice job. Right, let's get these in there again. So we just want them to match the other side. I love these. I love these a lot. I think because it's the only point in the costume where there's like 3 colors, double down and tell them you make fur suits. You actually not do it in one pass. I will say, if you're going to be sewing with fur, it might be worth mentioning that. Because you're going to want a tough machine for that. So say I do historical costumes and I often work with furs. Just get it in there because you know, a lot of machines will struggle with fur. You don't plug your stream for clout? Where would I plug it? Oh, I mean, you mean like haberdasheries? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Listen, I know what we do here. The people at the local haberdashery don't need to know. Don't say I'm just costuming if I can be bothered to explain fully. I think I was relatively unwell this day because this is not something that I'd normally say when I had any kind of Oh heck, Cthulhu! Oh, that's really hecking sweet. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I was just about to say why I am so ashamed of my Twitch stream. I'm not ashamed of my Twitch stream, but I remember once I wasn't in a very... I think I was pretty sick at the time, and I think I probably went in when I still wasn't very well. This is when we were making the Garbodor cosplay, and I straight up, they were like, oh, what are you making with all this fabric? Because I was buying like some little offcuts and stuff like that. And I told her that I was making myself into a garbage monster. And she just kind of looked at me like, oh, that's nice. Yeah. So I don't normally tell people what I'm making. I'm so fan by an educational conversation about sewing machines. Says as she hovers over this. Oh, thank you, Cthulhu. No, genuinely, it's very kind of you. Thank you. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Do you not trust us? Not as far as I could throw you. Oh, is that a Vortex and a Nev? Welcome on in, Nev and Vortex. I hope you're both having good days. We've been talking about sewing machines. Good for you. Yeah, that's the response I got. I was like, oh yeah, that's nice. And then she left me to it. And so normally I don't tell people what I'm making because I kind of just expect that response. I'm taking myself into a garbage monster, but you already are. Well, yeah, but we can't tell people that. Listen, if people knew that I was a garbage monster 24/7, that would become a problem. You woke up with a hangover, but then I had orange juice, dipped toast, and lasagna. It was better. Oh yeah, no, bread and lasagna. Yeah, nah, sorry, that took me a minute. I step back a little bit, but no, bread and lasagna is good. Heck yeah, for breakfast, fair enough. But then actually, if you're hungover, a good heavy meal, yeah, that sounds very smart. It sounds like you've been a smart bean. I'm glad you're feeling better. Grobbit's on it again. Careful, Vortex. Earlier, Grobbit was trying to get asked out to dinner by Jason. I'll tell on you, Grobbit. I'll tell on you every stream. Being asked out for dinner from a different person. What do you want from me? Oh dear. Nothing. Oh dear. I think Robbie's doing well. Look at all of those capital letters. Sounds like they're having a great day. At this point, we just got to check Robbie's commitment to the hustle. True. Oh dear, Robbie's been learning about sewing machines. I don't know if it's like they ever needed to know, but they've been learning how to ask about sewing machines in a haberdashery or sewing machine store. Twitch better than Grindr. Oh dear. Thing is, you do hear stories about people that meet over Twitch. Like they'll like both be chatters in the same stream or something like that. I don't know. It kind of makes me. I don't know. I guess fair though. There's a lot of conversation. It's kind of like walking into a bar, I suppose, and just like talking with everyone, which is not something that really happens in bars so often anymore. But like it's like going into a bar full of strangers and striking up a conversation. Plus, I guess most of the time it kind of makes sense that you'd all have something in interest because you're all watching the same stream. So if you're all in a music stream, you probably like music. If you're all in a sewing stream, I don't know what you're doing here, honestly. But like maybe some of you like sewing or cosplay. I don't know. I have learned how to artfully avoid telling people what I'm doing. It just saves time. Yeah, I have also learned this art over time. Unless I'm unwell or like not in a good headspace, for the most part, I avoid the conversation pretty good. You got robbed by a Tinder. No. That's terrible. Can you report people on Tinder and be like, yeah, so I met up with this person and they robbed me? Oh dear. Existential conversation on Grindr as well. Exactly. Whereas at least on Twitch, like, you guys can chat, learn about each other's interests. I kind of get it. We're here for the crack. I don't think I've offered anyone crack yet. I mean, maybe one day, but we're not quite there yet. Listen, you give me a couple more years into streaming, and then maybe I'll offer you all crack. The streaming's not going well. I have turned to drug dealing online. Don't judge me. Oh dear. Elaborate. You looking? Well, if you're looking, look no further. I'm right here. I don't have any product yet, but you know, give me a few years, we'll get there. I'm interested in the craft. Oh heck yeah, well Violet, but you're also a crafter, right? So I can kind of see that. I can see that. Vile, I like your streams for the personality and the farts. Like, it's always interesting to see what you're doing, but like, listen, I came for the farts and I stayed for the personality. And sometimes the crafts. But also the personality. Oh dear. It wasn't anything serious. I was just hot as hell that day and I took a fancy water bottle. I love that water bottle. It had a fancy leather handle, 2-layer filter system. It was my pride. I have stupid. No, fair enough. I'm like that with kitchen implements. Understandable. Sona, you sent a picture. 2 seconds. Let me tie this knot and I'm gonna have a look at your picture. Hiya, how's it hanging, Build? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We're doing well. We are doing lots of stuff with bias tape. Yeah, bottled water. Oh my god, you did have a bottled water. Oh, did. Craft of many things and farts. The big crafter of farts. Wait, where have you posted it? Am I missing something, Sonny? Where was it posted? Is it in... No, not there. It wouldn't be in there, would it? Is it up here? No. I don't know where it is. Oh god, where am I? Now I've got into the wrong tab. Ah! Get that out of there. Okay. It was meant as a dick picture. Jenny, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you'd added something to the Discord. I was like, I can't see it, Sonny. Maybe check if it's sent properly. I'm sorry. Listen, I do my best. I'd like to say that I'm still new to Twitch. I've only been here for like 2 years. I'm not used to the jokes yet, but I'm getting there. Every time someone makes a joke, I get closer to understanding. You were doing Grindr lingo at Grobs? Oh, I see. So like you were pretending like you'd sent Robert. I get it. Okay, sorry. My bad. I understand now. I won't go looking for any pictures. Oh dear. Jelly, no, I'm sorry. Listen, I met my bean before. What do you call it? All of the online dating really took off. So, we had a nice traditional relationship where we'd invite each other out to play Pokemon Go, and then it was a Pokemon Go date. Traditional, you know, not all this online dating stuff. I don't understand any of the online dating stuff. All I understand is Pokemon Go dates. That's my era. Sorry. Oh dear. We've had done the same thing, yeah. I'm glad it's not just me. We would have both gone looking for a picture. It was cute. It was really nice. We would ask each other out to go play Pokemon Go together. Oh dear. Well, I think you heard a lot of stories from it back in the day, though, of people being like, yeah, we met doing Pokemon Go, and I was like, same. We did the same thing. Oh, you have no idea how absolute grind it is to get the date now. It sounds like it. Like in the days of Pokemon Go, you just go to like a Pokestop with a lure on it. It was so much easier. Whereas now there's all these extra steps. Oh dear. Oh dear. Unfortunately, I don't have Pokemon Go on my phone anymore because I couldn't fit it, and I had to choose between having internet banking and having Pokemon Go. So I chose internet banking. A decision I regret to this day. I miss Pokemon Go. Oh god. 2 seconds. I'm gonna have to read that and find why it's not allowed. I could just love how this. Imagine going on dates. I know, right? Where am I going? The vet comes in. Good morning, sleepyhead. You at the vet and you've been used to the dog. Obviously, shout out to you last week. The vet says, should we go and try? You don't have the balls. Okay, I get it. It's because of the I'll kill you. I think it goes down as like a death threat. You're all good. Welcome on in, Taki. I hope you're having a good day. Not just swiping on Tinder. Yeah, I think I would have been really bad at that because I don't like talking online very well. Like, I like talking and I like phone calls, but I'm not very good at messaging. I find that to be quite stressful, so I think I would be really bad. I think I'm not dating, but meeting people in pubs I could do, but the app thing, I'm too old. That's kind of, I don't feel like I could communicate correctly. Maybe I'd get used to it though, if I tried it, but I think it's definitely a skill set to be able to communicate like that, and it's a skill set that I don't really have. But hey, if you do, good. Oh dear. Maybe because you feel inferior. See, now this is not an issue for me. For I have no semblance of what would you call it? Boundaries? Not boundaries, that's the wrong word. Basically, social interaction. I just do kind of whatever I want. Without limits. And a lot of the time it's very awkward and cringy, but for the most part we get by. Social boundaries. Maybe. Okay, waiting a 3D print to finish. Heck yeah! Oh, you're doing a 3D print of a face mask? That's pretty cool. I don't know if I've had too much of that. Nice. A sci-fi one. Sick. Do you... Acom? They don't even have a picture and they make it... What's... Acom? Do you... Acom? Do you... always... consume condiments on minstrels? I have no idea what that means, honestly. Oh dear. Sci-fi one, nice. Got place, dick size? Oh god. Wait, would people be asking me the size of my dick? What do? Do I lie? I don't know how I would respond to that. Bigger than yours, lol, and then run away. Handle these comments. Ah dear. Social interaction is much easier for me. Yeah, I much prefer, I know it's like more old-fashioned, but talking over the phone and like video calls, I find much easier. Yeah. Accommodate. Oh, it's just accommodate. Oh, I see. As in host the date. You mean you wouldn't go to like a cafe? Fair enough. I prefer meeting people in a neutral place first because I get very nervous. Oh, dear. Oh, because you need a bed. I see. Yeah, that might be difficult to get at the cafe. It's a costume thing. Heck yeah. We need to teach you lingo, clearly. For the Sims. This is Grindr lingo though, so only male presenting or trans women. Ah, okay. It's Grindr, Jelly. I've never been on Grindr. God, here's a guy on all these dates. It's very high. Clearly. Listen, but then I invite everyone on cafe dates. I love going to the cafe with people. I like trying the new drinks on the menu. Oh dear, I don't think you understand the implications of Grindr. Well, clearly I'm behind the times. I'm sorry. I've never been on Grindr before. Oh dear. There we go. Although I have had some people try to sign me up to dating sites with my business email. Nice. Nice. Oh dear. Someone make this being a Grindr account, but I'm in a committed relationship. I don't know if that's okay. I'd have to tell them first so that they knew. I don't think they'd care very much, but you know, better to say, right? I love cafes. That's my kind of day. I am gonna get it from Grindr though. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Because you can both like immediately connect over trying different drinks or maybe trying the same drink, and it's like to immediately talk about. But then it's also just a nice place to like neutral, relaxing place. Yeah, I love it. I still use it when I go on cafe dates. How do they get your email? So I used to have my business email more obvious, whereas now it's like a bit more subtle, but I still have it on all my business cards and stuff like that, which I've been giving out for years. So yeah, there are ways to get it. Easiest to get it if you meet me, but you can get it other ways too. There are social medias where I have it, but I have it very hidden. Ah dear, having Grindr as a relationship is like having a fallback option. Oh, okay, got you. If you're ever in Copenhagen, I have some neat cafes. Ooh. Heck yeah. Copenhagen. Copenhagen. This is everyone to say Copenhagen. Am I saying it wrong? Is it Copenhagen? Oh dear. Denmark. Denmark. I always say Denmark. It's not Denmark, it's Denmark. You know when you say something wrong the first time and then it sticks with you for the rest of your life? That's Denmark. But then I liked it because I thought Denmark sounded really cool and pirate-ish. Oh my god, it's Denmark. It's like a X marks the spot, but also dead people. Denmark. Ah, oh, dear. I did a clever heck yeah. You're saying it right the first time. Did I? So it is Denmark. Heck yeah, Denmark. Not Denmark, Denmark. Nice. I like Denmark. And in Denmark we say Copenhagen. Copenhagen? Copenhagen. Okay. No, Copenhagen. Oh, Copenhagen. So I'm not saying Denmark, right? I had such high hopes. Sorry. You got my hopes up that it was actually pronounced Denmark, and I was like, I was right. I was right the whole time. Vindication. Oh, I'm sorry. I did ask if I said Copenhagen right. Doing well, just doing my daily routine. Enjoying the sun, gonna get a haircut. Oh, nice. And a hot date. Oh, that sounds like a good heckin' plan. Very cool. But wait, so are you using my Twitch chat as a fallback option then, Grobet? So you've already got a hot date, but just in case that falls through, you have Twitch chat. You killed Mark? It wasn't me, but they might be there and dead. Trying to teach you the ways of Grindr. Oh, I'm so sorry! Vortex! Hi, Jay, like the new name? The King Darkwolf. Oh, wait, weren't you just Darkwolf before, or am I wrong? Welcome on in, though. I hope you're having a good day. Dead Bark, my kind of place. Grob, is it a Grindr date? Oh, then we might be like the romantic date where we take you to a cafe, I suppose. If that was the case. Give him the old 1-2 shuffle. I don't know what that means either. It sounds like you're gonna kill the person. The 1-2 shuffle? Yeah, you like get behind them and stab them in the back. That's what that sounds like to me. That sounds terrifying. It's a first date. That doesn't mean I can't date others. True. I actually agree with that. Unless you've like, you know, somewhat agreed to be, what's it called? Monogamous? Monogamous? Yeah, I think so. And like fair. You know, date around. Oh dear. Exactly. Jelly, no. Wait, what? Jelly, what? What? Wait, what have I missed? What did I say? No. Someone tell me what I said. What did I miss? I don't think I said anything lewd this time. Sometimes I can kind of see it. What did I mean, says men suck. That's slightly better than Grindr. Oh god. Oh god. I'm kind of glad I avoided all this. You said to stab your date? Yeah, the 1-2 shuffle sounds like you like take a side step behind them and then stab them in the back. That's what that sounds like. Am I wrong? It's a dance. It's a dance? The 1-2 shuffle's a dance? What kind of dance is it? Like a waltz? Really just a success with Tinder. It's all swiping though, right? Isn't it? Like you always have to like swipe. You don't want to know. Oh. It's like a tango? Oh, I don't know. I don't watch Strictly anymore, so my dance knowledge is very minimal. There we go. All this heckin' lingo. Grindr is not swiping. It's a catalogue based on distance. Okay. I mean, doesn't that sound better, though? But I guess the swipe system is to say whether you're initially interested in each other, so, like, maybe it's not better? I don't know. I don't know. Lesbians have a much easier time. Women are more likable. I can agree with it. Well, it's difficult because I'm like, I agree, but then it's like, but then I have had some experiences with some women where I'm like, oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, 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 no. I think it depends. Depends on the woman. As probably with everything. Also, oh my god, Emil! Imagine, welcome on in. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good stream. We're talking about Grindr? I think. Welcome on in. Flavored Grain, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Imagine, welcome on in. Raid! How was your stream? What did you get up to? We are making a cosplay, hoping to get into TwitchCon Amsterdam's cosplay contest. A lot of it's kind of silly, small details, but we're using teeny tiny pieces of bias tape to make it look like the scales are attached together with the bias tape, but actually it's not. It's a ladder stitch, and you'll never see it coming. So we're adding those all in right now. What have you been up to? You listening to the Tokyo Ghoul song? Which one? Like Unravel? Or like... I really like the second opening, but I know people didn't really like that one. And to be honest, the second season was kind of a garbage fire, but like, I like the second opening because it sounded kind of eerie. We're not talking about murdering our dates, Jelly. But you said give them the 1-2 shuffle. And that to me sounds like murder. And actually, I finished a Froggy Alien. Oh my god. Hecking cute. Hecking cute. Oh, I like the idea of that. Frog stuff in general, or frog stuff in general is just good. It's just good. Oh, I should say though, if you need to get any snacks, or if you need to go look after yourself after stream, as much as we love having you here, please do. Please do not starve on our behalf. Is it okay if you share a picture? We don't have links in chat, so you won't be able to share it here. I can try and give you a permit. It's been a bit on the blink recently. We had to turn links off because people were putting dangerous links in the chat, like with viruses. You wouldn't think, but hey, there it is. Or you can post it in the Discord. That's another thing you can do if the permit doesn't work. Sorry, it's a dance. It doesn't sound like a dance. It's a bedroom. A bedroom dance. Oh, okay. You being lewd on my stream vortex. Sneaky stitch. Just hacking sneaky stitches. Right, let's see if it works. Oh, I'm gonna just put it up here. I'm just gonna put it up here. It still works because we still got it as Moobot. If Moobot will let you do it, that should give you time. Oh. Well, you know, it's trying. It's trying. I like the first one. The Unravel is also really good, which is fair. Oh, and thank you. That's very kind of you. Also, Woodcraft, welcome on in. Clearly doing way too much Rick rolling going on in the past. That's definitely what it was. It was the Rick rolling. But mainly, though, we had people coming in and putting links to websites that had viruses in them. So that if you click the link, you would get like, I don't know what it's called, but it's really bad. Anyway, so I've just turned links off completely because I was like on the risk that someone would come in and try and do that again. Like, no. It's dangerous, that is. We were really lucky that somebody actually scanned it before clicking it and was like, oh, whoa. This is like a really bad. Yes. Eoden, welcome on in. How are you doing? There's 83 people here. Oh, yeah, that is more than usual. Welcome on in, 83 people. I hope you're having a good day. I am but a small bean on Twitch. Please do not mind me. Go. Oh, you posted in the craft section. Let's have a look-see. I actually want to see this, to be fair. Where is it? I want to see. Oh my god. He is so cute. First of all, I love the color. Big fan. But his little eyes, and look at his cute little feet. Oh my god. He looks like a really good size as well. Like, he looks good, just big enough to give a hug to. Oh my god, that's so cute, Emma. Yeah, terrible, terrible. Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like you don't ever expect it to happen until it happens. Then you're like, oh my god, people do this? What the heck? Oh, thank you so much for posting an anime. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Alien frog. It's so cute. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. I kind of almost just imagined a frog with like a astronaut helmet or something like that on it. This is 10 times better. I like this a lot. Having a good day. I woke up 1 hour ago. Oh my god. It's having a bit of a lion? Well, that is quite a lion actually. Especially if you're from Sheffield. That's quite a lion. Heck. Well, I hope you had some good sleep because of it. Getting Breath of the Wild soon. Breath of the Wild's fantastic. You will have a good time with Breath of the Wild. It's a good game. Yeah. I love them. I love them too. He's so cute. He's got such cute little feet and arms. He looks like he looks huggable. He also looks like you could drape, because of the longer legs, you could drape him over something and he just like float happily in your room. Very cute. You're doing good. I'm glad to hear it. We have been doing stuff with bias tape today. So we've been making lots of tiny little pieces of bias tape, and I've got loads more as well, all pinned together. There they all are. And we're making them as these little straps in between. So if we have a little look at the cosplay quickly, you can see on the wings, they have these red scales. The only part that there's red on the costume at all, but they have these little purple bands between the scales. So what I'm doing is adding those now after finishing the scales, and they're just like little purple bias bands. They look pretty cute. I like them a lot. Let's move that off there, move that off there. And this is the one that we've already done. Here's one we made earlier. Also, all the gold edges are sequined so that when they catch the light, they really glow. Heckin' sparkly as hell. Funny Froggo, heck yeah. Like the color, thank you. So this is lame, but as you can kind of see, it's got like a gold undertone to it, so it works well with the rest of the costume, which is predominantly gold. Yeah, we've been pretty happy with it. Like, amazing, thank you. The sequins make it pop. They do. When they catch the light, it looks like almost looks like LED strip of light, because it like moves with it, which is exactly why I wanted to use sequins. I think a lot of people see sequins in costumes and they immediately think it can be really tacky, but if you use those sequins yourself and like apply them well, it won't look tacky. It will just add like a really nice metallic shine to whatever you're doing. So since this is a predominantly armored costume, that's perfect for us. Like, we want that metallic shine whenever we can get it. Also, on to the next pot, which means we need to add 1,500 to the total, which would put us at 142,500, right? 142,500. So if you're curious about the amount of beads and sequins we've sewn in, it's at least 142,500. Yeah. Predominantly it is beads rather than sequins. Sequins we've only done like, oh god, I can work this out, 17,500? 17,500 we've done of sequins. The rest of it's beads, which it is predominantly. Right, you're gonna lurk. You're fine, Eoden. Just passed by to say hi. Oh, bless you. Eoden, take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for popping by. Holy moly, why the heck so many? Yeah, so it's been really easy to calculate. Oh, thank you for the egg. My beads come in packs of 6,600 and my sequins come in packs of 1,500. So I just add the amount that I've done, and that's where we've got to. Want to hear something hella ironic? I do. Oh, thank you for the hydrate before you leave as well, Eoden. I'll go grab that now. Only 17,500 sequins. Yeah, there's a lot less sequins than beads, because the beads... Let me just grab you a pot. So this pot is roughly 6,600 sequins. Sorry, 6,600 beads, because I just refilled it. But when you see how small they are, you can kind of get why I've got through so many. Like, I do them in rows. Each centimeter is about 4 sequins. Maybe 5, actually. 4 to 5. I keep saying sequins, beads. 4 beads per centimeter. You can kind of understand how I've used so many, because I've done so much hand stitching. So yeah. I've been living in accommodation for 2 years now, and there's always been here, I like the longest time. They first started acknowledging me, and we're both moving out next week. Oh, that's cute. They are proper tiny. They're very small. So they're called seed beads. I've used a mixture of seed beads. So I've used 0.8 and I've used 10 and 8. So 8 is bigger than 10. So it's like backwards. So the larger the number, the smaller the beads. But I've used predominantly 8 as the size of seed bead. But then there are portions where I've used the smaller ones, which then you use even more, and those are the 10. And I've done that in purple and gold. It does add up. Woe is my love life. No! No! Oh dear. I'm sorry to hear that. Have you tried playing Pokemon Go? The number is how many they fit in an inch, I think. That's why 8 is bigger than 10. Ah, I see. That makes more sense. I was like, I know the way the numbers go up, but like, I wasn't sure why they did it like that. So there you go. I can fit 8 in an inch. Yeah, so that would be about 4 in a centimeter. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. But that's why I've used so many, is because if you think of how many inches there are in this costume of stitching, it's kind of ridiculous. Mom's really into beads. Good on them, because you know what? Beads is a fine hobby to have. Heck yeah. I would say that I'm not in the least bit biased, and I love beads. Heck enough, Boo. I might as well try Grobby's method. Why would you try my method? My method is put a lure down and go to a Pokemon stop. Thing is, you will get all kinds of people, but hey, who knows? Maybe you'll find the one. There we go. Right, now you see the ones on the edges. Maybe after I do this, I'll cut out the extra piece so I can make the last piece of bias tape that I need. I'll have to put them all to one side for now because I'm not sewing them on right now. But you know, and get ready for it. Can't know if he was a Pokestops in London anymore. They're oh, yeah, that's gonna be hard actually. If you've got loads and loads of Pokestops, it might not work. Thing is, it's such a good conversation. It was such a good conversation starter. I don't know that it is anymore, but like, you know, you could kind of tell if people are playing Pokemon Go. I will say I knew Shiny before playing Pokemon Go with them, but like that's kind of what that's kind of how we got together. Was all of the Pokemon Go-ness stuff happening. I don't know why you wouldn't. You can kind of tell though, because you can see people with their phones and they're like kind of doing the same thing that you are, and we're all moving in the same direction. At the peak of Pokemon Go, it was so fun. That was such a fun summer. Like I look back on that with so many fond memories of like meeting people in the parks, going and catching Pokemon with them for a few hours and then leaving. That was the good times. I enjoyed that a lot. There you go. Get that through there, through the back. Do this all at once. I had a Pokemon Go set yesterday. They're fun. I really enjoy them. They're good stuff. So peak Pokemon Summer was the best. It was. It really was. What year was it even? Would have been at least 6 years ago, I think. About 6 years ago. Oh, 2016. I think it might have been a bit later than that. Oh, but maybe I'm wrong, actually. Maybe it was 2016. I think it probably was 2016, 2017-ish time. Yeah, it would have been 2016. That is 6 years ago, isn't it? Yeah, 2016. Same, we had so many legendary raids. Yeah, it was so fun. I really enjoyed it. Alien, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh my god, 16 was 6. I couldn't put the two together where 2016 is 6 years ago. But yeah, it is. So it would have been about 6 years ago, I suppose. That was so good though. Vortex, literally though, Sonic, it's not Grobbit's fault this time because Vortex just invited Grobbit out. So this time it is not Grobbit, it is Vortex. Listen, as much as I like to blame Grobbit for literally everything, this time it's not Grobbit. July 2016, Google informs me. Yeah, that sounds right. Like, oh my god. I can't believe it was that long ago, but it was such a good time. Yes, and I hope you're well. I'm good, thank you, Alien. We're talking about Pokemon Go. Did you ever play Pokemon Go? Apparently, the height of Pokemon Go summer was 6 years ago. And you know what? That is, yeah, that sounds about right. But my god, that's a... Wow. It's been a while, huh? can't believe it. Ah, dear. You saw the dining, I'll do the whining. You and your partner have been together for 6 years then? Yeah, we have. Long time. Ah. Robert just asked me to marry him. Robert, did you? Did you ask? Did you? That's a committed relationship for most people, Robert. Is that what you said? Oh no, I missed that. I missed the proposal. God damn it! Yes, I played. I still play. I would still play if I had the memory on my phone. I've had the same phone the whole way through this. So my phone don't have any memory for it. You're still playing as well? Oh my god, I wish. Okay. I'll try and get a new phone before I go to the next convention so that I can play Pokemon Go with everyone. You said no. I said take me to dinner. Oh god. Oh god. Here we go. Oh dear. But yeah, it's been a while and I loved Pokemon Go. I had so much fun with it. I would never have stopped playing it if not for my phone struggling. And so there wasn't a hard no. So no to marriage. You still play occasionally. I'd love to play on the way to work because the bus is really, really slow most of the time. So I'm pretty sure I could get away with it. Or I could just, you know, sit on the bus and it would act like I was running. Dinner before marriage seems appropriate. I would say so. I would say so. It does seem like the steps you would normally take. But hey, everyone's different. There are unconventional relationships out there. Wait, is that Quasil? Quasil, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you so much for the follow. There'll be food at the wedding. Ooh. Robert brings up a good point. Technically you will. Oh, but no, but normally you eat the food after the wedding ceremony. So unless you have the food first, I don't know. It still feels like it's in an interesting order. Oh, good, thank you. Oh, dear. I don't know. Right, Sonny? Like, you want to make sure that you've eaten something first. I only asked to marry Sonny so I can immigrate. Oh, you can't say that in front of Sonny! Sonny's gonna find out! Grab it! Oh my god, it's like EastEnders in here. Now we need the dramatic dun 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 dun. That's what this needs. Grubby, no! New wedding ceremony, eat before taking vows. You know what though? I kind of would. Because normally when I'm sitting in people's weddings, I'm a very emotional being, to be fair, and I'll like cry the whole way through, and crying makes you hungry. So if I could eat before crying excessively, that'd be really good. Don't dox your agenda. He actually already said that. Did he? Oh god. That can be the undoing of the twist in the next episode, where they're like, Sonny already actually knew that. Sonny was already aware, so it's not the big cliffhanger we made it out to be. That's proper soap opera style stuff, you know? Very good. You gotta cry at weddings and you gotta get it together and throw an absolute ass. At the last wedding I went to, because there haven't been that many weddings, although I have another one this summer, which will be nice. But because of all of the pandemic, we haven't really been to any weddings, but the last one I went to was a very good friend of mine. And afterwards, we needed some help clearing up. Now, technically, I wasn't part of the wedding party, but I was kind of around, around late, and I asked if they needed any help, and I ended up hoovering in, like, the highest heels, with full face of makeup and, like, dress, and I felt like the opening to, like, a porn or something, where I was just, like, I don't know, I was just so dressed up while hoovering. It felt very odd. I remember, like, wandering around and then feeling like ashamed and then like hoovering as quickly as I could and like just not feeling quite right, because hoovering in high heels is a feeling. Like I don't know, that's like not something I want to do too often, first of all because I felt in danger the majority of the time, but also I just felt very overdressed for hoovering. I was hoovering up all of like the confetti and stuff like that had got inside. It was very satisfying though, I will say. Some of the most satisfying hoovering I've ever done, because the confetti came up straight away, so you'd just be like drawing lines in the confetti with the hoover. It was quite nice. I actually did quite enjoy that. I'm pretty sure I offered to do 2 rooms because I was quite enjoying the confetti all getting sucked up at once. I like that. Ah, dear. Jelling doing weddings now. Just I mean, you're not wrong. Oh dear. I only go to weddings for the food. I hate people. See, I'm an emotional being. Like, I don't even have to know you super, super well, but like hearing you talk about like your love story and all that, like I'm gone. I'm gone. I'll look like the unstable, like drunk person at the back, but I'm not drunk. I'm just emotional. I can't get it together. Did the venue not have cleaners? No. No. What's it say? Welcome, welcome. Were you here earlier? Welcome back. I went to an older cousin's wedding a few months ago. The bride's friends. Ah. Oh, to be fair, weddings are a good place to meet people. How do I get wrapped in this cable? Who can help me get unstuck? Oh no. What a shame. I appear to have got stuck in the vacuum cord. Yeah, you got busy. You were all good. I hope you've had a good day. I hope things have been going well, even if they have been a bit busy. Oh dear. It was an experience. But yeah, I go full on Barney, How I Met Your Mother at weddings. Are they emotional? I don't know. I don't know How I Met Your Mother that well. I used to put it on sometimes, but like most of the time it was just like background fodder kind of stuff. I never really listened to it. The opposite of emotional. Oh, the opposite of emotional. Oh, okay, yeah. No. I can't. I'm not me. Couldn't be me. Thing is, Vortex is on the other Londoner here. Ah, true. People often think I'm a Londoner, but I'm not. Horny? Oh no, I can't do that. I'm crying too much. Absolutely not. It's too emotional. Like here, and then you get to all the speeches, and it's like, oh. And then I have food, so I have like the energy to like keep crying. I don't know. It feels planned to me. It feels planned. That like you cry at the ceremony, but then you kind of run out of steam, so they feed you so that you can cry again later. Leaking from all orifices. Mainly my face. I have yet to wet myself at a wedding. I mean, there's always a first time, but not yet. I'm overly emotional. I'm very emotional. I just can't handle it. It's so nice, but like in a good way. Like I'm just really happy. Really, really happy for them. Oh dear. It's a lovely couple. I'll be over in the corner if you're feeling frisky. Oh dear. Including blood from the ears. Oh, see, I've not done that yet either. There's always a first, but I've not done that. How emotional would you be to be at a wedding? Well, at various stages in life, it doesn't take very much to make you pee. Like, a lot of the people I know that have had babies, they can't get too much heightened emotion. No crying, no laughing, or they might pee. Like, I remember having gone out to cafe with people who have had babies recently, and every time we're having a good laugh, they have to be like, you need to stop, you need to stop, you need to stop, I will pee. Every time. Ah, dear. So I feel like depending on who's going to your wedding, if you've had any recently pregnant women, or I think currently pregnant women as well, would probably be at a higher risk of peeing. Oh, that sounds terrible. Yeah, it does sound like a kind of a nightmare. But like, yeah, I think it's pretty common, like if you've given birth, or if you're like pretty heavily pregnant, that you will just pee a lot easier than you normally do. But peed because she was on a trampoline. Yeah, you hear a lot of stories like that. It's like pretty normal. Like, it's unfortunate because of course no one wants to be peeing outside of a toilet for the most part. But like, yeah, the line for the Russian weddings is other interesting place to meet people for sure. You meet in the bathroom as well. You often meet people, but that's maybe, I don't know if that's more of a woman thing. We talk to each other. We just like, you go into the bathroom and everyone's complimenting each other's dress, doing catwalks, having makeup on. You know, it's nice. She's giving birth for reference. No, I assume she just really enjoyed the trampoline. Overexcited and peed. Nah, I've heard that is like pretty common, and like again, the people that I know who have given birth have had that sort of experience where it's like, yeah, ladder control, not so much. Do my best, nice shaft, bro. Yeah, I thought that was like isn't that like a bad thing to do, or am I wrong? I've never been in this situation, but I thought that was like a bad thing to do. Shows how much I know, clearly. Right, let's get that up there. Sorry, it's just not quite matching right. I can feel it at the back, which is okay, but actually it's not okay and I want it to look different. Let's fix this so it looks how I want. I think that's better, yeah. Oh yeah, that's an absolute no. Side-eyed impressed. The gay club was like them pop queen. Yeah, okay. I thought most of the time like you wouldn't do that, because in my mind it's like sitting next to someone in a bathroom stall, hearing them take a shit, and then you say like nice shit. I don't know. I guess it's a bit different, but it would make me feel uncomfortable. Look at me looking for mental help for my emotions. Google, when was your last period? Me. See, I don't need that. I'll be emotional at weddings regardless. I just think they're so nice. Very nice. I want to go to all the weddings. I'll cry everywhere. It's the looking that is starting. Okay. Oh, I was visiting a friend of mine who has a cat when his nephew came, who was 5 months, and the cat was on the way into the living room. The cat looks disappointed when he ran out and like, thought kids, oh hell no. I know a few cats like that who are not the biggest fan of children. But I can kind of understand, because kids don't necessarily understand like personal space, and like a lot of cats like having their own personal space, and like, yeah, I kind of get it. I get it. Going to someone's performance in a public bathroom asking for a kick in the throat or not. Yeah, if somebody complimented me on taking a piss, I'd feel very unnerved. I think I'd feel in danger, honestly. If someone like called over the bathroom store and said, wow, that was a strong piss, I'd be like, I can't leave this stall now. I have to remain here. There's somebody dangerous outside. I think is how I would feel. Yeah, like, wow, nice flow. Yeah, I'd feel very self-conscious. This is no resting place. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're all kind of on the same page with it then. You don't compliment people on their piss. That's weird. It makes you uncomfortable. There we go. Well, I understand the cat for the kid is usually drag the tail around. Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of kids just like put that, like they don't know because they're like babies, but they just put their like hands right on like the cat's face and stuff like that. And some cats don't care, but a lot of cats do. And to be honest, if someone just randomly out of the blue that I didn't know put their hand on my face, I'd probably be a bit miffed as well. Oh dear, this conversation's really all over the place. Welcome to stream. Teacup pours out her pee as hard as possible to show dominance in the bathroom. I'm gonna tell Teacup you told me about her pee. No, I'm lying. I won't do that to you, Vile. It'll be a secret, don't worry. And honestly, that's a power move and I can respect it. Oh dear. Obviously, I was completely joking. Anyone who tries to spark up inappropriate conversation in the bathroom is not bad. Well, it just make you feel a bit unnerved because, like, I don't know. When I'm in the bathroom, I do my best not to listen to other people peeing and stuff like that. Like, unless there is someone in trouble in the bathroom, which happens more often than you think it would. But, like, unless there's someone in trouble in the bathroom, like, you know, you just kind of leave people to it. I mean, definitely there's mirror chat, but that's a bit different. I don't know. It's not like complimenting someone's piss. Also, there's a hair that keeps brushing against my cheek and nose, and I'm like, no. No. Oh dear. Say hi, fluff like that's not food, kiddo, yeah. Okay, it's what she told me was my favourite quote from her. Heck yeah. Listen, that's a way of asserting dominance in a relationship for sure. I mean, shitting with the door open would do it as well, I think. If she's ever looking for like extra ways to assert dominance in the relationship. Shit with the door open. Giant balls not to feel awkward while peeing. Yeah, it's like, again, unless there's someone in trouble, which, like, you know, I guess what I mean by that is like, either someone's really not very well, or like someone's run out of loo roll. I think that's the most common one. You've run out of paper, so you need more paper, and then fair. But like, it's not striking up a conversation. It's someone needs help. Oh dear. I remember primary school as guys used to see who would pee the highest at your. Oh my god. Oh dear. Oh no, we're private about that stuff still. You mean you don't shit like while looking each other in the eyes? What? Is it even a relationship if you can't lock eyes with each other while pooping in sync? Really? Oh dear, I was in primary school, this wasn't like last week. Oh my god. Yes. Sure. We all believe you, Gobbit, don't worry. You are amongst friends. Oh dear. Oh god, say no. That's bad. No. I want a relationship based from mutual pooping privacy. What? What is this thing? I don't think that's real. The conversation reminds me of the toilet meme. There are multiple toilets in one room. Yeah, you have like the two sinks, like the couple's sinks, and then you have the couple's toilets where face each other, and that's how you go. That's just how it is. What, you mean you guys haven't seen couples toilets before? Wow. Who's pooping in the sink? I would never. Oh. Although, to be fair, sink's like a meter off the ground, like facing each other and one toilet roll in the middle. Yeah, so like as you both reach for the loo roll, your hands touch briefly, and it's like uber romantic. Who doesn't want that? Oh dear. I mean, thing is, I am messing around predominantly, but like, well, I think I moved in with Shiny, so we moved in together. Nice. 2 weeks later, I had salmonella, and I had to just acquire the bathroom. That was my bathroom, and that was a hell of a, you know, experience. So obviously, all in jokes. However, it's all jokes until one of you gets salmonella and for like 3 weeks straight has to lay claim to the bathroom. Yeah. That's the thing with salmonella, it's you're there for a while. It's a long ride. Oh dear. The same anal hygiene routine. Well, it's important to know this kind of thing if you're going to get into like a proper relationship with somebody, right? You have to have the same values. Oh dear, pooping is a full body private event. Someone could get harmed if they were in the same room. This is true. Oh dear. I mean, it's really fortunate though, because at least if you're in a relationship with a woman, women don't poop. So as long as you're in a relationship with a woman, whether it be woman or male woman or whatever, then you don't actually really have to deal with the toilet conundrum because women don't poop. We have like a joke in this household. It's kind of grim, but it's the idea that women don't poo, except for like once a year, when they like shed their skin, basically. But it's just pooping. So as long as you're not near them like 1 day a year, you're all good. They need to understand how they poop. It's very important. They're like, what kind of first date question that is? Like, so what's your feelings about shit? You give someone the wrong idea if you approach it like that, I'm sure. My old school did have unsecure power supply. Yeah, it sounds very dangerous. When so poop spends 2 hours in the toilet and hurts. We don't poop, we chat. I will say if a group of women are going to the toilet, they're probably not pooping. They're probably just like gossiping and having a nice chat and stuff like that. And maybe reapplying makeup. Maybe one of them will use the toilet, but like, who knows? I tend to not so uncomfortable with the anal shedding. What's wrong with anal shedding? Oi! I don't want to see any sexism in this chat. So I mucked that word up. Sexism in this chat. We accept all types of anal shedding here. Oh, dude, I can try to get to sleep. Fair enough, George. Take care of yourself. I hope you get some good Z's. And I hope you enjoy your time off as well. Oh, dear, the convo. Yeah, well, listen, it's just real life things, isn't it? God. This is just how it is sometimes. The thing is, I could show any of this to Shiny and Shiny be like, yeah. My girl's allowed to go to the bathroom and talk about all manner of things. Shiny is fine. Yeah, I kind of don't get that. I think, because like at the end of the day, everyone has the same kind of conversations, right, with their mates. Like for instance, if a date's going badly and you're with a male friend there as well, like so say maybe like you're with somebody else and like you're doing like a double date sort of thing, or you're doing a date with other people around, you should be able to take your male friends to the bathroom and be like, dude, it's not going well. Like I'm not, I need an excuse. I need to get out. Or like, oh, dude, it's going really well. I'm so excited. Like you should be able to do both. And like, it's easier to do that in the toilet away from the person you're talking about. You know? Doing it near the person? No. Oh dear. Yeah, guys needs to scapegoat too. Yeah, like sometimes it's just not going well. And like you need assistance to get out of there. And it's much easier if you can do a quick trip to the bathroom with the mates and be like, yo, I need help. Get me out of here. Yeah, emotional support poo friends. It's important. Although pooing, it doesn't really happen, but the feeling is there. It's important. Oh dear. How do we get on this topic? I think I can blame Grobbit for it, probably. So I will. God damn it, Grobbit. Am I nothing to you? Well, but aren't you like the date? I thought you were the date. You wouldn't take the date away with you to gossip about the date. You'd have to take somebody else, right? I don't think you would be an option on the table in this particular case, Vortex. I think it needs to be somebody else. It can't be anyone that Grobbit's been flirting with in chat, which does kind of you have less options. And high tide. Okay. Okay, Ian, you know what? Fair enough. I agree, they're missing out on so much. Right. Quick trip to the bathroom, then out the back door, ditch the date. Oh dear. Alright, bro, love that. But that final breadstick's mine. True, you take each other to the bathroom to fight over the last breadstick. That's kind of cute. I like that. Oh dear, right. Look at the last two of these in here. Despite all of the chats about poo, again, we've actually made really good progress so far today. We've nearly finished putting the biotape on both of the red pieces we finished. We've actually did some extra stitching around the red piece, and we've added sequins. We've been doing pretty good. Oh dear. Health, environmental safety do not exist when I do stuff for, oh, I get you. This is peak comedy. Yeah, listen, all you have to say is poo poo. Ha! Comedy. Oh dear, I'll be honest, for me it's not been comedy, but it has been a learning experience. I learned that accom is just short for accommodation. And I feel like I've learned some other things as well, but I've forgotten them now. Sorry. Mainly I just learned that accom is short for accommodation. And it's something that you ask people if you're not taking them on a date to the cafe. Big learning curve. Oh, the 1-2 shuffle, yeah, when you kill people on your dates. I understand. Poop power progress, heck yeah. Poop power progress. Progress powered by poops. Oh dear. I've been peeing from my eye. Vile, you want to get that checked out. That's not safe. It shouldn't be that high up in your body. Vile, no. I'm gonna have to go through this again. Have I forgotten something? Oh. Thank you for the horn, hi Zay. I think there was some poo-powered buses being trialed at Much Point. You know, I have heard that you can run a fair amount off of that, and methane and stuff like that as well, right? Like fart-powered things. I don't think I've heard anything particularly recently, but methane's quite bad for the environment as well, so maybe that's why. But I did hear something like that a while ago. Oh, yeah, I remember. Sorry, Vortex. I appreciate it. I had to take them to a cafe first for the murderer test. If they're hot, I might skip the test. You take them and you see if they do the 1-2 shuffle behind you and then stab you. And if they don't, they're a keeper. Oh, dear. And down there. You're probably getting relationship advice from the literal worst person. You want to hydrate? Hi Matrix, how goes? I hope you're having a good day. Kill me one days, I think it's typical. Oh, that's true actually. It is a notable behavior. True, if you'd given birth recently, you'd be peeing out of all orifices. That's just how it goes, right? Right, my fellow people who have given birth? I've never given birth, I don't know. Oh dear. Do I warrant a skip? That's a good question. Does Vortex warrant a skip? Matrix. I hope you're having a good day. You've welcome into a conversation about poo. Nothing new here, just poo. You look like a torture before murder kind of guy. Bloody good thing. Like, I don't know. At least I guess they'd care about you a bit if they did that. So maybe it's a good thing. I'm not really sure how to spin this in a positive light, to be truthful. Make you suffer, but I'll wait a while for that one to show. Oh dear. I don't know if this is a positive trait or not. I mean, but then again, I guess probably not, because I don't feel like I hear very many people open dating conversation with, I will torture you before I kill you. I feel like that would instantly shut down the conversation for most people. It might also get you reported to the authorities. You probably shouldn't do that. Probably, I mean, I don't run your life, but I'm gonna get some more thread before I do the next one. I'm running a little low. Oh yeah. Why don't picket lines are different, true. One line to it at first, I hope you was not a serial killer. I hope you're not a serial killer, but also, I like to torture people before I kill them. Yes. I feel like if I date anyone, they'd have to match my level of absolute nutter. Oh, that's important. That's very important. Yeah, I think you go one of two ways. Either they balance you out or they match you. And it could be either. I would say that... I don't know, actually. I was talking about sewing machine before I intervened. That's true! We were having an educational sewing machine talk. But now we must talk about poo. That's just how these things go. Listen. You start educational and you end up poo. This is educational, true. I've been educated today. I'm hard to... I'm learning so much. Me too. I had no idea how to start a chat up on Grindr, but now I know. I'd ask them if they have a house, and then I threaten to kill them, but I tell them that I enjoy torture first. And then if they're hot, we don't go to the cafe. See? I've learnt a lot. I'm a sponge for information. The goal is always poo. True. Oh dear. Worst case scenario, serial killer found out his date was a coffee. God, you get me? I can't be balanced. Well, that's kind of how I felt. Well, to be fair though, I actually felt like I was entirely undateable, and I just decided not to date anyone for like years. But also, I didn't think I'd find anyone who could match or balance me, because all I want to do is do like sewing all the time. And so I was like, it's kind of a mess of a human who just really likes one thing an awful lot. And also I'm sick all the time, which is I don't know. Some people are into it sick. Some people are really into it. But like, I don't know if I want to be dated just for like having a vomit fetish, you know? Like, I guess as like a last resort it'd be okay, but I kind of want people to like me for me and not like anything else. Oh dear. So yeah, it could be quite a turn off for a lot of people, so I just kind of decided to give up on it. But then I found someone, it was okay. And I didn't really think anything else of it. I'm dateable. Yeah, I think you'd be fine, Vortex. You have a sorted skill set. You obviously know the lingo. And then I get like, heck yeah. Or attacked by whatever means necessary. Me too, I'm pretty useless, but you can use me as a meat shield. Heck yeah. That's about that. But I'll do my best. So I'm mentally sane, emotionally adept, and above average height. I'm above average height, but I'm also taken. I'm so sorry. But I am above average height. Oh dear, Shiny has a secret voice. I don't think they do. I don't think they like it very much at all. But like, I guess it's a testament to some people, if they like you, will look past these kind of things. So, like the first time I had a really bad flare up and I was really sick. I was really, really ill. I remember Shiny, it was like 3 in the morning and they were like, do we need to get an ambulance? And I kind of explained at that point what was wrong with me. I hadn't really explained it properly at that point. They knew, but they didn't know exactly what it was. And then their only response was, but do you need an ambulance though? And at that point I was like, we're all good. Oh dear, they don't care. Well, they do care, but not what I thought they'd care about. Oh dear, so there really is someone for everyone. Even people that spend half their lives vomiting. It's 6-1. Why you gotta bring height into this? In case the verdict is wrong, hide a body or use acid. Oh god. See now, say you're sounding like the kind of person who might use the "I won't kill you, but maybe" as a pickup line. I was like, "How are you sitting down?" Oh no, that's not comforting. Only because everyone is so tall here, it's unfair. I don't think anyone is emotionally adept enough to handle me. I am. What does emotionally adept actually mean, if you don't mind me asking? Does it just mean like you're at one with your emotions, or that you're like you can recognize emotions, or what does it mean? What does emotionally adept mean? Like you're good at being emotional? It's kind of what it sounds like to me, but like I don't know if somebody wants that. Somebody who's good at being emotional. I'm good at being emotional, but like I'm normally like, listen, all you have to do is put a sad song and put a dog in it and I will cry. Like, you ever wondered who the target audience was for that? That's me. Every time you put sad music behind like an animal video, I will tear up. And there's nothing I can do about it. There's a market for that. Absolutely. Oh, there's a market for all heights. Honestly, all heights, all shapes. Whatever you look like and whatever you do, someone will be into it. You are someone's fetish, always. If dating is still... No, I am messing. Oh dear, nah. People will like you for some reason. They'll always find a reason. It's emotional understanding. I definitely need someone who can read me but can't read myself. I see. Okay, so like being like, I guess being able to read socially competently. Reading the emotional person and then knowing what to do even if they don't tell you. I don't know if I'm very good at that. Once I know someone's struggling, I'll do everything that I can, but sometimes I don't necessarily notice the quickest. Like, I want to know, but I need people to tell me most of the time. Otherwise, I kind of miss it. So I guess I'm not emotionally adept. If I know something's wrong, I'll do whatever I can, though. It's not something that's intuitive, necessarily, to me. I can't always tell. Ah, dear. I remember the first time Teacup got really sick and threw up over the side of the bed on some newspapers as she was trying to stop me from clearing up and I had to tell her to rest. Yeah, it's like, you're not used to it and you're kind of just used to clearing up your own stuff, and then someone comes in and it's like, oh, you don't mind helping me? That would be fantastic. Thank you. Although, most of the time I'm pretty good. I keep myself to myself. And like, if I'm really struggling, then I'm a well-oiled machine. I know what I'm doing. But it's nice to have the offer. My fetish is not being a fetish. Whoa, that's gonna be hard. Oh dear. All heights. I'm 6'5", a Teacup 6. I just can't help but think that's a really good cosplay pairing for heights. There are so many cosplays you could do with that, and it makes me very envious but happy. I'm not normally emotional. I process information irregularly. I need someone who can read my irrational brain and tell me to chill before I do something stupid. Oh, okay. If you tell me you're gonna do something stupid, I can tell you not to. But I need to know first that you're gonna do something stupid. Oh dear. I'm in K class to get the idea of eradicate the class of accidentally used. Oh my god. Why would you do that? No. I don't know when I'm gonna do something stupid. Oh, okay, so you need somebody to be able to see that you're about to do something stupid and then be like, no, stop, think about this. Oh yeah, I'm not that person. I'm terrible with that kind of thing. Like, again, when somebody tells me, then I know. But I'm very much the kind of person, like, you need to tell me for the most part. Because I can recognize patterns and stuff like that, but most of the time, I need to be told. And if you tell me and explain, then I can do whatever I can. But I need an explanation. Also, sometimes I'll think something's wrong and I'll bother you till the end of the world because I'm like, something's wrong. You're not acting normally. Something's wrong. And like reality, they've just eaten some off food or something, which is still wrong. But you know. Ah dear. For too long not to know it's gonna happen. I just pop off. God. Oh dear. We're compatible. Wait, did you do like a compatibility test or something? Remember when those were always a thing in magazines? maybe they still are and I just don't buy magazines anymore, but like you do a magazine and you'd see if you were like compatible with like, I don't know, Harry Styles or something. And like everyone would do that at sleepovers. They'd just be doing like compatibility tests with random celebrities. Oh dear. Voice of reason, you really do need help. Oh no. I've been saying this. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm gonna think, who is my voice of reason? Oh, I don't know if I have one. I'm pretty good at looking after myself. I'm a competent bean. I appreciate help, but I'm a pretty competent bean. I don't know if I have a voice of reason. Oh dear. Long term that can't be a good thing, but I'm okay for now. Maybe Twitch chat can be my voice of reason. That sounds really safe. Oh dear. Do I have any more tea? I think I have a little bit more, yeah. Wait, really? Like, actually they said that? That's terrible. That is very, very bad. Very bad. Yeah, Vile? Yeah, Vile? What? 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 I might need to go make another cup of tea in a minute because I'm not really hungry yet. Probably because I had lunch at like 4 in the afternoon yesterday. I was very confused. But I am a little thirsty, so I might go make another cup of tea. Maybe. Maybe. You're in good hands, Jelly. Thank you. Thank you. What is the next reasonable thing to do, Twitch chat? What should I do? Since you are now my voice of reason. I'm not a crackhead, just completely unhinged. Yeah, I kind of assumed. Because, like, the people that I know that have taken that, it's... Yeah, I guess they kind of seem unhinged. Yeah, actually, no, they do seem very unhinged. But, like, you know, I can't imagine them being on Twitch, really. Fire! You want me to fire? Fire what? I have fire in the corner if you want any. I don't have a candle or anything to light. Let's see. There you go. Are you happy? Is this what I needed to do? Oh dear. Like Kerosene broke a table. Oh god. Oh no. Get more tea. Get more tea. That does sound like a sensible decision. I've lost my needle. There it is. I'll finish doing this row so that I don't get lost and then I'll go. I'm just content. A Twitch stoner. Heck yeah. As long as you're happy. Happiness is the most important thing. I mean, I know a lot of people that take weed for their migraines. Personally, I've never taken it, but if I did, I would know that it didn't help me. I would know that it would have no effect on me whatsoever, except maybe causing more. However, I know a lot of people which it does help. And it's like the only way they get through the week. More tea, the voice is spoken, says Jessica Fire Extreme Sewing. Can I add that to my resume for the costume, though? Like, I sewed half this costume while my craft room was literally on fire. And Vanish shots talk to one person for longer than an hour at a time. I think you've been here for more than an hour. But then, I guess you've been talking with everybody in chat, right? So, yeah, I like talking to people, but I like talking to people in person, or like with my mouth. My mouth is, I like talking to people vocally, speaking to them. Yes. Oh dear, a cup of tea? Oh god. Oh god, yeah. I will. I just need to get this line done and then I'll go make a cup of tea. Ah dear. Is that a pickle? Tea? Is there a pickle in this tea? Oh no. An idea in my mouth. What, to communicate with people? Yeah. I find it a lot easier like that. Because with writing online, there's always like room for error and like misunderstandings and stuff like that. Whereas when you're actually talking to someone, it's a lot easier. At least I find it a lot easier. Ah dear. I'm not a face-to-face kind of person. That's fair. Not everyone is. I know a lot of people that really dislike that kind of communication. You'll never know. I see many nervous looks from teachers of biochemistry. Oh god. Why would you do any of this, say? I'm the kind of person that tells people to face their message. Kind of people to message me later. Ah, I see. I'm the opposite. Unless there's something that I need to share with somebody, like, you know, I've got some information or something that I need to share. I'm very much like, let me tell you everything, blah, 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 blah. I like inviting people out for coffee so that I can have those kind of conversations with them, because I like it a lot. don't get me wrong, I pop off online. See, I'm the opposite. I don't like having extended conversations. If anyone's ever DM'd me, you can probably tell that I don't continue a conversation online, really. Not unless I guess really am into the subject, but for the most part, like I'm very, very quick and to the point online, because that's how I speak. Yeah, I don't like speaking over Messenger if I can avoid it. I think Messenger is great for sharing information and stuff like that, but for the most part, I much prefer to call someone or talk face to face. Just find it a lot easier. But hey, everyone's different communication with different people. Right, let's tie this off, and then I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea, because I finished my first one, and to continue streaming I require another cup of tea. I'm really surprised that I am not more hungry at this point. It's probably because we've been talking about poo. Actually thinking about it, maybe that's why I'm not that hungry. It's the poo chat. There we go. Let's put this in here. Oh, did I get it through to the other side? Oh no, it looks fine. Okay, panicking for nothing, no reason. Get that there, and playing VR. Oh god, I've heard a few people have accidents while playing VR though. Because obviously you can't see anything. What you gonna do? You can't see. Just how it's set up. It's set up so you hurt yourself. Right. I'm gonna go make another cup of tea. I would encourage everybody who is watching to also make a cup of tea, because you don't want to get dehydrated. No dehydrating here. Where is my tea sign? There it is. BRB, tea break. Let me just check that the music's not gonna quit on you. I don't think that it is, but also, you know, better to be safe than sorry. Okay, let's see. Yep, that should be fine. I've given it a good wiggle on the page, so we should be good. Right, I'm gonna go make another cup of tea. I would say everybody else, go make a cup of tea as well, or get a drink or something, especially if you've been here for a while. Who makes you feel hungry? No, it does the opposite. No, the opposite. All right, back in a minute. There we go. Hello, I hope everyone has had a good little break. I'm waiting for my tea to brew right now, so I can't quite be ready yet, but I'm nearly there. Welcome back, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone's had a nice little break. It's important to take little breaks. Move your legs, you know? Otherwise you get stuck and then your legs hurt. The amount of times I've like left stream and been like, oh, why are my legs so weak? What's going on? What did I do during that stream? Nothing, I just didn't move them. Just didn't move them for like 6 hours. Go. Also, a lot of the time I sit on them, which is, I should not do. But I like the extra height that it gives me if I sit on them. Let's just jump straight back into this. Well, because I'm still waiting for my tea to brew. I've got one of these tea bags in, but they take at least like 5 minutes to brew, so... And I like them strong, so I wait longer than that. But they are good. Worth the brew time, for sure. Kyle would probably like this one, because it's a biscuit tea, but it's a chocolate digestive biscuit tea. So it's similar to biscuit tea, that like the Yorkshire one, but like a little bit more chocolatey, and like a little less artificial tasting, I suppose. Yeah. Pretty heckin' good. Right. Go. We're gonna get this bit sewn on, and then what we're gonna... Woof! Dropped sequins on myself. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna make another strip of bias tape. I've decided... Oh my god. Well, I guess the sequin wasn't getting sewn. That's fine. We're gonna do another strip of bias tape and cut that one up too, just so I have all the pieces I need, because then what I can do is I can put them all to one side, cinch the edges of all of them, and have them ready for when we can actually use it, which probably won't be for a week or so, but at least they'll be ready. I think getting these sort of things set up is nice, because then when it gets to it, it's not such a kerfuffle on the day, because sewing these all onto the dress is going to be quite a lot of work. So if I can reduce the work that I have to do on the day, that'd be good. That's the plan. And it'd be nice to sew them onto the dress with gold or something, but it's just not part of the design. That being said, any extra pieces will always probably look quite good on an outfit like this, because it is so dramatic. Go. Also, we left ourselves with very little to do left on this. But that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Go. Oh yeah. And down there. And for that. Right, one more sequin and then... I am motivated now with a new cup of tea. This is all that it took. It just took another cup of tea. And now I'm like, right, back into it. Energy up. I haven't even had any of it yet. Just knowing that there's a new fresh cup of tea. I think they say that though, isn't it? If you're crafting, always have drinks and snacks nearby. Because if you get too into it, it can be very easy to forget that you need to eat and drink. I did my moons the other day. I went up and down the hallway a few times. That counts exercise, right? I mean, it does. Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, you exercise to the amount that you want to, right? For me, I've wanted to be a bit more fit recently because I'm gonna be wearing a heavy costume, so I've been doing a little bit more. But before that, the only exercise I did was a lot of walking, but then I do also eat quite well. So healthily wise, we eat well and maybe do less exercise. There we go. Second one. Right. I am going to tie this off because there's plenty of thread on here, and I can use this for going up and down with beads later. There we go. Let's just put that up there for now. But like, heck yeah. Look at these. Ignore the fact that the one of them has beads on them and the rest of them don't. They're so cute. I love them. I think they're meant to be this way up, actually. Yes, that's the way up they're meant to be. So they'll end up hanging like this. But they look so cute. And so gold and so sparkly. And they're very nearly finished. They just need some beads, but we'll do that another time. The daily workout thing I'm meant to be doing in VR every day, it just doesn't happen. I've been doing Ring Fit Adventure, and I can only do it on days where I don't have a migraine for pretty obvious reasons. So I don't do it as often as I'd like, but also I am happy to be doing something at all. So I take it. With biking to school, it's been nice. Yeah, things like that. Like, when I go to my work, I am on my feet for about 11 hours. Well, no, 10 hours because I have a break, right? But I'm on my feet for a really long time. So for me, that's part of my exercise for the day. It's just like lifting and walking around. Oh dear. But that's because retail jobs can become pretty intense if you don't sit down. Right, I need to put some of the extra sequins back in here because otherwise they're going to be over my desk and I want them safe. It might seem silly because I have so many sequins, but I think that's the exact reason I like to hoard every single one. So I don't want to buy any more. Not for like just one thing. Ah, dear, retail sucks. I don't dislike retail, but I have a job where it can be quite rewarding. There's definitely been retail jobs I've had that I have disliked quite a bit. So I think it probably depends on where you work and the stuff that you do where you work. Like, I wouldn't want to work in a supermarket particularly, or like just at a checkout. I think I'd get bored of that really quickly. But I'm quite lucky that where I work now, it's pretty good. Need good shoes. If you don't, yeah, that's the first thing everyone gets is like, if you haven't got good shoes, everyone will tell you, like, listen, it's lovely to have a new member of staff, but you need to get some new shoes, like ASAP, or just put on some better shoes, because it really will affect you negatively if you don't. Like, I think a lot of people, oh, no, not to there, to there. A lot of people look past it and think that it's going to be fine, and like, it won't affect them that badly. Just wait. Your feet will hurt 10 times more than mine if you don't have good shoes. There we go. But then once you have got a good pair of shoes, you're kind of sorted. Like, I don't know, whenever I take time off work, my legs do hurt for a little bit, but it's like very manageable. Very manageable. It's like just a little bit of an ache, like kind of post-workout ache. Definitely not that bad. This one's gonna have to be a short one because I need it in a straight line, and this is not a straight line. Extra soles in the shoes, yeah. Insoles, yeah. So I have insoles that I replace like every 6 months or so. I do only use one pair of shoes predominantly, so it doesn't, what do you call it? I'm not having to swap insoles around or stuff like that. Like, I have one pair of shoes that I wear for basically everything in my life outside of cosplay. I wear them to the shops, I wear them to work. It's like one pair of shoes and I wear them everywhere. I'm very lazy when it comes to shoes. I don't like having thousands and thousands of pairs. I'm lazy. I get one. But because of that, oh, I should have cut that in a, oh well, there now. Because of that, I always get new insoles for that particular pair because I know that I'm going to be using it a lot. And if I know I'm going to use it a lot and that it's probably going to wear my feet out, it's better to be safe and get some good insoles. The ones that I got are fluffy. Like little fleeces. Very nice. Ah, dear. Say, just as a heads up, I'm not reading your messages because a lot of them would require a trigger warning. So I'm not deleting them, but not yet. But I probably will start deleting them if that's okay, because most of the time when we talk about things like this, we give a pretty fair warning to everyone in chat, because some people find that quite a lot. Yes. Whoop. Also because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but mainly for the trigger warning aspect of like, yeah. Oh dear. I spent £200 on the shoes I wear in retail versus my £20 shoes for coffee shop. I think a lot of people are like that though. If you can afford to buy good shoes, they will last you a lot longer. Oh yeah. A fair few people I work with get, what do you call it? Talk about shoe triggers? No, it's not that. Say keeps putting injury related things in the chat. So like ways they've burnt themselves or like hurt themselves or stuff like that. Which we don't particularly, unless it's, I guess, on subject and we've given an overall warning, it's not really something we want in chat because, you know, it's not the shoes, it's the injury talk. A lot of people are very, very squeamish about that kind of thing, and we want this to be an inclusive place. Where listen, we'll talk about shit, but, oh, do I have the heat too high? I might do. stay positive, not negative. It's not that. It's not about being, because most people laugh about their injuries. It's very, very simply, some people can't stand that topic of conversation. Like, some people hear blood and get nervous. Does that make sense? So, with that in mind, detailed experiences of hurting oneself are, yeah. Unless we've given a warning ahead of time, most of the time I stay away from it. Again, it's a bit different if that's what we're talking about and we've given a whole warning and things like that. But it's the same reason I wouldn't want somebody coming into chat and just putting out like a really gory scenario. Because most people will just be like, huh? There will be a few people that will be quite upset. And yeah, we keep it inclusive. Oh dear. My parents are planning on getting some custom-made shoes to shape your feet. Heck yeah. Jason, remind me, did you have really big feet? I can't remember. I know there's been a few people in chat that have had to have custom shoes because of the size of their feet. I'm very lucky. I'm like a smack bang in the average. Yeah. Oh, you want to hydrate? Let's see if we can hydrate. I'll test it. Because my tea is currently actually brewing off to one side. Yeah, it's all right, say. Ah. Yeah, I think that's about brewed. It's like a little... I'll dunk it a few times. It's a little underdone. I got average size feet, you believe? Heck yeah. So you're just gonna get some custom shoes for like good hard wearingness? There we go. Now we have a cup of tea. It's a little less than I'd normally go, but I don't know. I'll forget about it if I don't take the tea bag out soon. So it's always like in the middle of like, well, do I take the tea bag out now? And it's a little underdone? Or do I forget about it for half an hour and then my tea is ruined? One or the other. Ah, dear. There we go. All the way down. And I wonder if I can get... I need 7 more. I don't think I'm going to get 7 out of this. I might be able to find another scrap. Who knows? Let's see. Probably not 7. That's all right. Oh wait, there is a little worse than bad tea. Yeah, like overbrewed tea. Underbrewed, it's like one thing where it's like, okay, it could have been a bit stronger, but that's okay. Overbrewed tea, like there's nothing you can really do. That's just, it's gone. Let it go, it's bad. I will still drink it because I don't like to waste it, but I would wish not to have it. That's for sure. Oh, I can only fit 1 more in. Okay, it's so close to being able to fit 2 more, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 2 more, 2 more. Go. And there's also some tea bags I just don't really like. I really dislike Tetley. I know a lot of people like Tetley tea. I'm not one of them. I think Tetley is rubbish. 31 centimeters, I'm back. I brewed an enormous pot of coffee. Heck yeah, Vile. Wait, but Vile, aren't you meant to be going to sleep soon? Aren't you streaming later, so you need to sleep soon? Vile. Vile. Is that okay? Are you sure you don't have to sleep? Oh, you know what? I can actually... being a bit cheeky here. So this is a finished embroidery. It's oversized, the piece that's left on it. I could probably just trim this out from here and use that. I only need 1 more. There we go. Bit cheeky, but probably a little wide as well. Yeah, a little bit wide. Let's just trim that down a bit. Because I only need 2 more, so I'm like, well, I can get 2 out of this. Heck yeah. I had a funny event. I used a metal tumbler the other day, so I didn't add milk to the tea in the tumbler. It's too hot for the... Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I didn't think of it until you said it, and it's like, yeah, no, you can't. No metal. Coming from an American. Oh. To be fair, there's a lot of people over in America that really quite enjoy tea now, though, right? Like, I don't know as somebody who lives there, but I feel like I've spoken to a lot of Americans who also really enjoy tea. So I'm sure they must be becoming quite a big thing over there too. If there are so... So many Americans that enjoy tea. Sorry, it's too wide at the top, and that's why I'm trying to be a bit cheeky and make it do like it doesn't want to do. There you go. Try that. It's 6 a.m. Yeah, why are you making a massive pot of coffee at 6 a.m.? Vile! No! 'Tis not the time for coffee, 'tis the time for sleep. Okay, we'll do it upside down then. So this has a little hole in the bottom, which basically means if it doesn't want to go the whole way through, for whatever reason, sometimes it won't. Sometimes it will go part way and it won't go the whole way. What you can do is... Oh, I need a slightly longer one than this. I'll use this needle. You can grab it with a pin and drag it through. And force it through. There we go. There we go. I think I need to turn it up again, but that's alright. I turned it down because it sizzled some of my fabric, but... Go. Right, let's see. We need 2. Should be able to fit 2 out of this pretty easily. Yep, there you go. Good, because I didn't really want that last bit. That last bit felt weird. There you go. And then... 1, 2, 3. Nice. Get rid of that. Unplug this. They all need to be singed is the next part. I love crappy Tetley tea. I blame my tea drinking on my grandmother. Yeah, for me it's my family. When you have 2 cups of tea, I woke up at 3. Oh god. You enjoy tea too, don't you, Vile? We only enjoy tea if we're using code Jelly at checkout and Bird and Blend. Thank you for the shameless plug. If anyone's not aware, we are affiliated with actually a tea brand. They do worldwide shipping and they do a lot of really interesting and unique teas. If you're looking for some more unusual teas, but you're not sure what you'd like, they actually have a test which will help them recommend a tea to you. I'll be honest, all the ones they've recommended me on that test I've liked. So it's pretty good. You raised a tea drinking household, but I was born in the wrong country. Ah. Oh, we got some stuff to do. Take care, Say. Good luck with the stuffs. Ah, dear. That's how you use the thing. I bought one, but didn't quite understand it. Ah. There we go. There we are. Big nod. Big nod. Shameless plug. To be fair, I do genuinely really like their tea. I wouldn't have done anything with someone I disliked. And they're a very heckin' sweet brand. Oh wait, I broke that. Oh, it's true! Oh no, now I'm breaking it! Now I have to advertise it. Because if we want to stay affiliated with them, then yeah. They have to see some benefit of being affiliated with me. The benefit is I love the tea, thank you. It's amazing, I think it's great. Good tea, and also I buy a lot of the chocolate digestive one. And the Eton Mess, but only recently the Eton Mess. There we go. I love they have a really nice spice shop that makes their own teas. Place is amazing, but pricey, but worth it. We used to have a spice shop near us, and I haven't lived near one for the longest time. But like growing up, there was one. They did a few things. They did chocolate, they did spices, and they did like unusual sweets in there too. So there was like obviously the oh, and coffee. They did coffee, spices, and like unusual sweets. And that's what they did. And oh my god, whenever we'd go in there, we'd always walk away with like 1 or 2 treats. Like small chocolate things that were a bit unusual. But they were so cool. I loved them. It was also really dark in there. Whenever you went in, it was just a really dark store is how I remember it. So like the lighting was like kept like as almost like mood lighting. Like it was really minimal. Right, let's singe all of these. Also, we did well with that because we reused something that I would have thrown away anyway. What time is it? We have been going for 4.5 hours. How has that happened? That's zoomed by. I guess it's all the poo talk. I don't know. I could do some beading or I could wrap it up there. I think I might wrap it up in a minute because, first of all, there's probably a lot of really fantastic cosplayers on and like crafters on right now that we could go send you towards. Oh, I'm running out of lighter fluid. All right, I'll get these ones done and then I'll go refill my lighter as well. But I kind of need to get some more work done really before we start working on the same thing. Plus we can't do this bit until we start working on the dress. So I'll probably do some of that off stream once I've had something to eat, I guess. Now I feel bad for making tea because I made tea so bad closely to the end of the stream. Oops. This one has nice lavender lady grey tea, and they have some nice black teas, like teacup likes. Ooh. I will say I'm a fan of French Earl Grey. French Earl Grey? Tastes different. Okay. My lighter is basically out of fluid. I'm not getting a big enough flame to singe them. I'll do those later. What we'll do then is we'll send you all over to another sweet bean. How does that sound? How does that sound? We'll send you to another person. I'm sure we'll appreciate all of the company. Let's see who is heckin' live that we can send you all towards. Okay. There's a few we could go towards. I swear this always happens on a what do you call it, on a Friday. A lot of people that I like stream on a Friday. Let's see. Who do I want to go? Who do I want to go with? I would like to say, oh God. Oh no. Okay, you know what? If in doubt, we could go and raid into B. This is the thing, when you have so many people that you like, and it's like, I like all of you. I like every single one of you. I don't know who to raid into. But if in doubt, B is a sweet bean, and I know B is currently doing a mild partner push right now. So like trying to push a little bit towards partner. So every follow, every lurk and stuff does help a lot. So I think that would be a really good one. Mop! Welcome on in right at the end. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Also, thank you for putting the raid calls in the chat again, Zay. It's very heckin' kind of you. So if you have not met B before, B's a very sweet bean. They specialize actually in Apex, and they're very, very good at it. But don't worry if you're new to Apex or anything like that, because they are very good at explaining everything. They make a really chill environment, and it's a lovely place to lurk. There's a lot of very sweet beans in the channel as well. So I think you'll have a nice time over there. You missed it. There you go. There you go. There you go. Oh, add this on even. Oh, an Orange Pride. Do we have Orange Pride? I don't know if I have it. Or does everybody have it? Maybe everybody has it. Is it a world emote? Or rat? Oh, there it is. I got it. There. I go on there. Otherwise, yeah, I hope everyone has a lovely day. Thank you so much for the raids earlier as well, from M, from Doodle, and from Nadine. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much for all of the follows and everything as well. It was really, really sweet. We'll be back on Monday probably, because I work the weekends. So probably back on Monday, and I hope everyone has a lovely, lovely weekend. Take care, everyone. Let's go send some love to B. Wah, 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 wah. Have we got in? Yeah, there we go.